AP, I had one question on AP, looked like one of those expenses may have been stuck in the wrong place, maybe? Let me open it back up.
Which area?
Well, there was something stuck underneath the road and bridge, but I wondered why it was in there. According to the description, I'll have to.
It's getting worse. I think every week it just gets worse.
It's not gonna get any better yet. So, I guess I've never noticed this, you will know this, so like on that plum thicket for the road materials,
Yeah,
why is that?
we're buying shell from them. We always have, there's a shell pit up there.
But why are we buying shell from them
That was
when we have other shell pits?
That's just part, well, probably because in that area,
It's up north.
is there anywhere else that can dig shell out of the ground?
Carpenters,
Which
which
is, it's been like that for a long
now they
time.
have to go through Mike, because that went to Mike. So,
Do they still buy some from him too? Or
I've
not
been
at all?
digging shell out of there basically my whole life. So,
They must have access to it there. Ask Mike, he may know more about it than anybody. There was a tire on a trailer, I know that much, I got, oh, the grounds trailer, what was that? One tire, size, oh, it's a 15-inch tire for grounds? Do you have any idea about that? Is that a Mike question? Anyway, it's underneath the road and bridge, and I kinda wondered if that's buildings and grounds, why that came out. Well, I don't know. If
Where
he's
do you
got a
see
little bit of
that?
something. No, I think it's on the second page, down about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
oh, there, I guess.
7, 8 lines down. I don't know, that for some reason caught me off guard, it just said ground straight there. Okay. And it's not that big of a deal for road and bridge, we'll absorb that real quick, it's 121 bucks, but that's the only thing that caught my eye.
I didn't see anything on it. I didn't catch that.
But it just looked odd to me, I don't know why, when I saw ground, it made me think it didn't belong there. You want to hold off to approve it, or just go ahead and approve it, and then can they make that change if it's been approved and switch it around
I don't
departments?
know that no one has a trailer, he may have, but if he may have one, I don't know if he's got anything in his account.
Could be that trailer that CJ used to use to drive around to, for the, oh, those kids that she hauled around mowing, remember we eating up at the fairgrounds and stuff? You remember that, Jeff?
Mhm.
Could it be that trailer?
Could be.
You mean when CJ was,
Yeah, the one that she used to haul the mowers
Is it,
stuff around.
but is it still under road and bridge trailer?
Well, they've used it, because they were using that to haul that John Deere mower up to the Pioneer Cemetery to mow. I don't know, I don't know.
I wouldn't think that'd be a 15,
Oh, it might be, if it's a bigger mower trailer, it might be.
I hate to be that guy, that kind of sticks in my craw, they got that landfill land for next to nothing, now we gotta buy shell from them, I just, I have a problem.
I'll bring it up to Mike.
Bring it up to,
Right.
he'll be like, that wasn't my turn,
Yeah, it's been that way since the original years. If you guys are okay with AP, I'll entertain a motion on that.
So we,
The total is why did I take those off? $251,914.25. Dare made that motion, all in favor? Aye. Payroll for a total of $140,151.51. All in favor? Aye. Shonda has a transfer, looks like. You want to talk about that, Shonda?
Sure, which,
Reclassify in, oh, okay, for reimbursement from Matt.
oh, yes, so, Matt I had to pay back part of his training money that just got put back into the wrong account, so we're putting it over into the appraisers fund for their
Okay.
training.
You guys okay with that? You don't need a motion for it, it's just, all right.
and that would have came out of the training, I mean, when it came out of treasurer's.
Yeah, so it was like an employee benefits, and then we're just moving it from there to, the appraisers department.
still, that's just the July 12, I think. Oh, and do you have an explanation for the GSI engineering deal? Do you remember?
I don't know, but can you say it?
You need to look at it. Or do you know, it's for
Okay.
those tanks out there, I'm
Yes,
sure.
so what happened was, we got the invoice and then you had to sign it and we had to send it into the state of Kansas. And then we got the checks and now we have to send the checks to GSI. By you signing this, that eliminates them where GSI can just deal directly with the state.
And it doesn't go through us.
Yes.
Does that need to go through us somehow to track that? Anyway, I mean, the state's apparently okay with that.
Yeah,
Well, that's what I'm saying. I would think the state would want us involved to make sure they're not,
okay.
well, I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know. What Darren kind of was talking about, what I was thinking is, wouldn't you want to have us in the middle just to make sure that,
And they're fine with that.
oh, so GSI has requested this?
Yes.
Okay. I think I'd rather have
Okay,
our eyes looking at it too, just to make sure it doesn't.
okay,
Does that make sense why I'm
Yes.
saying that?
Sure.
Jeff, what do you think?
That's fine.
Now you know what's being done.
okay.
I just think I feel safer knowing that we've seen it, not that we're gonna change anything, but,
Right. Okay, very
I
good.
don't know what they're doing.
yeah, I think it's probably good business to make sure we're involved somehow. Cause it's our project, basically. Let me get the snap FedEx stuff.
You get along fine there.
Didn't have my breakfast.
I'm not judging.
I could have, but I couldn't get here in time for that department's meeting.
Okay. So if you guys are okay, this is the July 12th minutes. I entertain a motion for those.
So,
All in favor? Aye. And there's some from July 18th, if you've had a chance to see those.
I'm not that much to do, I didn't see anything on either one.
Sure, we look good. I entertain a motion. You made that motion. All in favor? Aye.
I'll have Hannah bring those ones in.
That'll work. Thank you, Betty. This is about that, the revised flood hazard information. We got me requesting somebody's presence.
That's fine.
Yeah. Doesn't say that.
So what are you saying? Go ahead and recommend Darren?
Well, no, it doesn't have to be there.
Jeff, or Commissioner, you are just full of it this morning.
Full of it most days.
It is Monday though.
Be held virtually.
Well, that's true.
Sean, it used to be held virtually on July 27th.
I'm pretty sure I'm busy that day.
What is it?
10:30 till noon. It's a,
I know, Jackie is planning on going,
Oh, really?
yeah.
Good enough.
advice has or Harper County will be held versus on it. So, you'll just go to the rock.
I'll tell you what it was.
No.
Good. It wasn't good.
Oh, did you lose your temper or something?
That didn't help.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's versus, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be.
Just say I didn't handle out.
Oh.
So you can sit here and look at it.
Uh-oh, did something get hurt?
Somebody else watching. Part of the day.
So yeah, I guess you could say my German temper was
Yeah.
part of it.
Yeah, uh-oh.
Yeah, I had to listen to talk.
Shut up.
Did you wanna run him over?
Yeah, like out in front of me.
During the day.
Yeah.
And 30 to noon.
Were you with,
Chris, are you up first?
Oh, really?
Shelley's up first. Shelley.
Yep, I sure
Well,
am.
they
Let's
said,
get started. We'll get-
I thought I heard you in the background. I was like,
well, he said, something about that was Varnoff that said that. And then they got his name, but they didn't ask for mine again. I was like, good.
Do we, since this is a public hearing,
Yeah,
do
they're
we
right.
roll the
Well,
line
so-
with exactly?
Probably do.
so timeout. So,
She's with this other stuff we talked about.
well, and this is my first of 2 appearances in front of you today, so
Yeah.
you lucky fellas.
I know, I was just getting ready to say how lucky you are.
I know. So unfortunately,
It's just for this. isn't it?
well, unfortunately, because you all changed the meeting when we had originally scheduled the public hearing on the 11th,
Yeah.
and we didn't meet until the Tuesday. So, in order to close out the COVID-3 grant that the county got, we have to post that hearing notice 7 days prior to the hearing in the paper. So I have now contacted the paper again. We've also been talking to the state of Kansas. We're all good. We can have the hearing, because the COVID grant actually closes out on the end of this month. But we can have the hearing after the fact, just to cross our Ts and dot our Is. So what I'm asking for right now, though, is one of the requirements to close out the grant is to declare the month of August, and it was gonna be July, but we'll go with August, as equal, or what is it? Equal housing month or something. I've got a fair housing month, that's it, fair housing month. And Shonda and I were having this conversation that we don't understand that COVID had nothing to do with housing, or at least this grant didn't, it was for businesses, but still, in order to be compliant with the grant, we have to declare the month, a month
Sounds
in
good.
Harper County as fair housing month, which I'm all about fair housing, I just wish we had housing, which is,
Didn't make it that much.
yeah, so, anyway, so the closeout process, as far as where we are on it, as far as Harper County COVID grant, the grant closes out literally the end of this month. We have one business that still has yet to receive their monies, but as soon as we get through all of our final steps, which includes this proclamation, the hearing, and then the paperwork, which you guys already signed, then we can turn it all in. We'll get one more check from the state of Kansas for the rest of our grant. We'll pay that out to the business, and we will pay SCED, who helped us basically write this grant, and then we'll be done. So with all that being said, I just need a proclamation for housing month for the month of August.
It says you're the contact person too, to take all the complaints and all that.
Yes.
Actually, it doesn't label you, but it says we have a contact person.
I am happy to take all the complaints that there are. I love dealing with people.
You do.
I do.
You're good with it.
I actually, love a good argument and
Fair
or
housing month.
de-escalating of a thing. As long as I can do it inside in air conditioning.
Not the sun, right?
You would have liked me yesterday.
There's nothing.
3 days of baseball.
Where was it at this weekend?
Well, Vaughn got invited to participate on a 15U team. And they actually got to play Saturday at X Stadium, which was really cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Wow.
but the novelty wore off at about 4 o'clock.
When you just sit there and just.
Yeah, I was there, and I don't even like baseball, so.
So we just gotta have that.
Yeah, this is one of it, then we'll do the public hearing. As a matter of fact, I just got an email because I've got to figure out if the paper doesn't print it until, what, Wednesday?
Yeah.
Then we may not be able to do it next Monday, we'll have to wait till the following Monday, so I may have
That would
to,
be better anyway.
yeah,
Next one in would be.
okay, then we'll do that, and then, anyway.
You good meeting?
What position on playing?
He's catcher, first base, right field.
I figured he's a catcher.
Yeah,
It says on here, and you may want to reprint this for me.
it says July.
Well, but it says, but it didn't have that, I guess, doesn't it there? But down, yeah, it does say July 22,
Well-
so we'll have to change that, and then down here it says city clerk.
Okay,
That's supposed to be part of the county clerk.
so I can go and redo that. That was just the one I printed off, and I didn't catch those until just, and then when I come back for my second appearance, we can do it.
Perfect. So can I get a motion to do that, guys, while she's here and get that sealed?
Salute.
All in favor? And that's the proclamation for,
Fair housing.
there you go, you got it, Bailey.
For Harper County for the month of August.
Got all that, every month of August for Harper.
Yes. We love fair housing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you about 10:30.
All right.
Chris, you ready?
No, I got 2 that are supposed to be here and then you're good.
Okay.
We got Mike here. Mike will suit. Is Mike better? Is it all right with you if you're talking up?
Yeah, whoever wants to go first while we're waiting.
He's right down the office over
Yesterday we were trying to go and I had this set for 5 o'clock. And I just all of a sudden popped up at 5:42. Never went off. And it said due to power saving mode.
Yeah, I've had that.
Well, how did somebody click that? And I had been thinking the last day or two, I was like, man, how come nobody's emailing? Because usually the county email just goes bam, 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 bam all day long. Nothing came in. And it's because that power saving mode was on, and so it wasn't reaching out there grabbing,
there. There's one of them, maybe.
grabbing those emails.
Oh,
But it must have messed them up too.
Yeah, I know.
you just go ahead because we've got to wait on my one.
Okay.
I normally try to keep up with them on the as they come in, but for a couple of days,
I do nothing. I mean, I don't every day.
as soon as I turn that off, they'll just bam, 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 just ready to come in.
All right, I'm out.
You guys get all that junk in your county email though about
Yes.
just people selling stuff all the time.
Yes.
Snake's on his way.
Okay.
Like there's Watkins, something that comes in all the time. Do you get that?
Nope.
Is that had one other day from who was
Like,
But sometimes I don't even know if it's real
You're
stuff.
on.
I don't know.
So I just believe it. You don't. Morning. You don't know the years.
That's our regular meeting.
Yep. We're gonna get a little bit.
I need to come to Federal, I know that's what I was telling you.
Go ahead and bring your trailer down.
Do you want your young lady to come up too?
I can go get her, go get some paperwork.
That's fine. Good move, yeah, because they're gonna be running a little behind.
Okay, you're about-
You got time, no need to run.
Oh, crap. That's busy. Run. Be like
Did you guys get some of that shower up your way?
You shot
We
it.
did, we got a lot. That's
When?
what Todd said, he goes, what, it didn't rain at Jeff's house, I'm like, yeah, we got a lot of rain yesterday
What's
afternoon,
a watch?
like an inch.
What's a
Yeah,
What?
yeah,
That would be nice.
I mean, it's not like a little girl that said that. Damn.
yeah, we had mud puddles everywhere,
Wow.
yeah.
He never said that.
Well, he didn't know until he like
Oh.
came home, so yeah.
Well, that's not fair.
I know, but we needed it.
You gotta get a little sprinkle, but I don't get the,
I would agree with you.
I tell you what,
Yeah.
my Milo feed is burning up.
Do you think it's dead? I was asking him about it. Would you
I think a lot of my Milo did.
Won't come out of it.
I mean, be sucker heads later, maybe, I don't know.
I don't know. It's not good.
When did you plant yours?
It's not
Ian,
including
do you
what's
have
gray.
something?
Yeah.
Do
I
I?
heard
Yeah.
everything.
Oh, wait a
Rest of
second.
it's in
Okay,
and out.
cause I'm like, I just want to be able to mention that, okay.
But a third of it's not.
A lot of those guys that plant beans right after harvest, they can't make that.
Okay,
Mine are good.
Okay.
They're still
You know,
good.
some of the beans look really good, but some of them that they planted really
well,
late.
he's right, he's coming.
Milo and beans, or let's call them growing.
They're still growing. I don't know why, but.
If you got the cover and got the ground shaded, yeah, they're fine.
Hmm.
the-
Them dang weeds still growing though. Jeez.
Yeah, which is, I'm gonna tell you, the big weed roots.
They're around here out there.
Anyway.
If only we could figure out a way to make money off of pig weeds and
Mare's tail.
down hair stuff. We could do something like that.
Is this all, do you have a few more coming, Chris?
One more.
Okay.
One time
I
somebody
think
told
the
me
Chiefs are
that
supposed to
Mare's
be
tail
here too,
is
but
silicate. So
That's all right,
over.
I can be up here.
You know what the old timers used to say?
What?
Mare's tail is an aerator. Yeah.
Because of the tap root and the.
Yep. That's what the old timers used to say, and I'm like, maybe I guess.
You have
That's not the way I look at
You
it.
have the grasshoppers up at your place?
Oh, God. they're
Do you?
Pastures,
I've
yards.
seen them cleaning stuff up, some weeds in the side of the road and different things, just to keep it right out.
Yeah.
And will there be another flush of those?
Could be.
So those rains are west of you this morning.
I think I've been pretty good downpour.
Really?
That's what I heard.
I don't even know last time we had rain.
I haven't had a rain at the farm since harvest.
Yeah.
Straws all looking bright and clean and good still. Good run job.
Mike's on his way down there.
not going anymore. I can't think.
I don't have grasshoppers.
You don't?
No,
We really don't at our house either, but we have like 50 chickens
I
around.
don't have my chickens.
Yeah. And they work on hard.
Yeah.
Guineas are real good. I'm down to 3 guineas.
See, I don't feed, in the summer, I don't feed my chickens.
The big dog will look.
But I don't have to. They get them the peach trees and they clean all my peaches out. The garden this year, I just gave them the water because they can see the yellow over there.
It's a protein.
Mm. Excuse me.
Perfect. Morning, Stacy. Right, see? Good morning.
What they get for resting,
You're all right.
got a permit from out today, to, a line on the left side of the county.
Oh, the electric line.
We replaced that culvert for Greenwood,
See me.
you know, the look of it, but
We got a big old hump in there.
some of that's not, we got a pipe in there. And we got the one on Cotton Gin replaced, I told you. And then turning green, that's the custom this week.
Don't get your trailer.
Yeah, I did have a question for you, Mike, on AV. There's something about a tire on grounds trailer? Is that yours?
No, that belongs to the courthouse.
Okay, so that's why I said when I saw that on AP, I thought, well, that doesn't belong in your budget, so.
Eric uses that trailer all the time, all the big barricade, it's a loaner from the courthouse to him.
Okay. Okay, since we're using it, for road and bridge, I think that's probably all right. But when I saw that, I thought, well, that doesn't belong in your line item. I wanted to make sure we had that taken care of.
We use it all the time to.
Okay, fair enough. That answers that question then.
I don't know if we do that. They don't hold, so.
While he's reading that, I also got a call from somebody on the Attica City Council about late billing. And they said something about we were asking to drop fees off of late billing and stuff.
Yes, the way that. John, I have to explain that.
Well, and I understand that. I
By the
wonder,
time we get billed, by the time we get paid, there's no way we can get it there on time.
and again, we've talked about that. I didn't know how far this had gone back, but they were upset about that. They said if they come into the county and they were late on paying something to the county, would we forgive their late fees? And I think, okay, well, that's probably a good point. And so I wonder, we talked here about a month ago about weekly AP?
Yeah, and now that we got all of our staff back from vacation and everything, yes, we are gonna start doing weekly.
Okay,
billing.
so I
That should
think,
implement-
Stacy, that should fix that. That's my hope. Do you think it will, Stacy, if we?
I think so.
Okay, all right. So that's what I told them, we were talking about the weekly AP, and so I think we'll get that problem taken care of. So anyway, I just thought I'd make sure I told everybody that they did reach out.
You won't be able to do anything with this until you get somebody
Yeah.
licensed. You know.
But that shouldn't.
Should work out.
Yeah.
So you just,
Thank you, Stacy.
I just had to contact them and tell them we're in the process of
Hiring.
hiring a new person, and at that point we'll give them a new license,
Sounds good.
because we don't have anybody licensed for that.
And we know we don't have, and
You might explain to them what we got going on, if they want.
And then that deal last week I mentioned about the bales, being on the edge of the road.
Yeah.
Is that something I can go talk to them about? I mean,
If you want
it's a
to.
friend.
Yeah, if you want to, maybe that'd be a better way than, tell you what, I'd rather have you come talk to me than
I know.
some big guys.
Well, I think we settle a lot of problems, just.
I've got a lighter.
No, don't do that. Especially in the county
Okay,
pickup,
well,
don't drive up there and do that. That'd be the quick way, but don't do that.
Especially a shortage.
Not right now. Is there anything else?
That's all I got.
I got one thing, I got a call from, a call this morning. Go ahead.
This is for the right of way for Alfalfa Electric. Oh, I guess Mike's the one that needs to sign it, we don't need to, right? Yeah, okay, you're just telling us about, yeah, okay. Sounds good.
The call from Mr. Reed this morning on the road up there. And we probably need to talk to, see where we're at with that, with bridges.
We're not supposed to do anything until he gets back with us.
Well, apparently his neighbor plugged the culvert that's going into the field entrance or something, so that's gonna be a big water issue.
But that's not our problem, that's what,
So
so,
anyway,
and I flat out tell them that, Darren, our attorney said that's not any of our.
Everything went directly to Richard from.
Yeah, he knows. But
Okay.
Okay.
he just wanted to relay that message. That's what it
It's not gonna affect us once we get water road.
is. Nope.
That's
Anyway, I don't know,
not a good deal.
does anybody, you know where we're at now? You, Richard? I got Richard on
I'm
here.
glad you brought that up. I mean, we do need to ask him.
Find out where we're at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just glad to call you.
That's fine. And can we have Mike and Stacy come in for, when Shelley's in here, so
Sure.
talk about that? So it's about 10:30, maybe you guys show that up for a little bit.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. How you getting along, Stacy? Getting a hold of it, or is it?
She's doing fine.
Do you go home and scream every day still, or not? Okay, good. That's important. Going home and screaming is not fun. Thank you, guys.
Be fine,
Liquor bill,
Stacy.
they get mine. You need another one.
Thank you. Thank you, you're fine.
Good morning.
This is Aaron Porter, I'm Rural Corporate.
Aaron, you said Aaron what?
Aaron Fortney.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Really?
Nice to meet you.
Get some room here.
So, a few months back, while we get that out, we talked about the need for radios to be present. We're having issues with communication. So over the course of the last few months, we've been working on quotes, and everything like that. And that's part of what Aaron is gonna present to you.
She can have
But
mine.
it's actually a three-part thing, so when he gets done, I'll have to discuss.
Is that why Kenny was here too?
Mm-hmm, yeah, probably.
Kenny, Kenny, and I don't know who else you got in there. Thank you.
Alright, so thanks for having me, guys. So, what I brought you here is a proposal for Harper County to join the state 800 megahertz system. What that would include, we'll go to section 11. Everybody always wants to go to the price first anyway, so we might as well just go there and start.
I like it.
So,
Beat around the bush.
yeah, well, that's where we always start, it seems like, and then we'll work our way through the technology as we go. So, 11.1 is your ASR site. So you're gonna hear a lot of acronyms. Our company literally has a book they built for acronyms, because there's so many of them. But what an ASR site is, in simplest terms, is it's a trunk radio site. It's a 6-channel trunk radio site, which gives you 5 talk paths, which will handle about 500 users. So you get a large scale event here, things like that. It has plenty of capacity to handle all those users coming into one tower site location. The state system is built for 6-channel ASR sites. 99.9% of the sites in the state are 6-channel sites. That's what the state recommends, or actually requires everyone to buy, so it stays balanced. So no different if you drive into Pratt County, or they drive down here and you have a large event, each site can handle the same load. So when they talk about having to move resources and stuff like that, everything's balanced, so they know what to do if they have an incident where they were getting overloaded. That's what this was. So this trunk site is connected to the state core. So one of the benefits to you all is the state doesn't charge anything to use your core. Core is about $1.5 million. The state has 2 of them. You're getting to use that for free. And what that core does, it turns this into a wide area site. So basically, if I'm in Harper County and I put this site in, now my 800 radio allows me to roam and talk on different radio sites. Whereas now I assume you're on conventional repeaters where you have to change the channel if you want to go to a different channel, correct, around the county. You won't have to do that anymore. Your talk group will roam. So no more, am I on the south repeater, the north repeater, the east repeater, west, wherever it is. I don't have to think about that. All I have to think about is doing my job. My radio is smart enough to reach out and handshake these tower sites and know, hey, I'm getting a stronger signal here, I'll go here, and vice versa. That's the beauty of the state system is, it's built for, the state system was built in 2011, I believe. I think it was built before my time. I was actually in law enforcement when it was being built. It was built for my time, I think 2011 or 2009. Anyways, right then it was built. It was built for mobile coverage for KDOT, okay, and KHP. The reason you guys are looking at putting in a site in your county is to get in-building coverage. Most counties, when they look at coming on the state system, they have to put in infrastructure to get in-building coverage. It is built for mobile coverage, which is your radio in your car, but to get in the courthouse here or in houses and things, you usually have to put a site in your community to get that portable coverage. So that's the first piece here, that ASR site is probably one of the most important pieces in the grand scheme of things. Without that, you really struggle, a lot of counties struggle with in-building coverage, right? You do pretty good on the street, but when you start having to go in houses, buildings, businesses, things like that, the coverage really falls off. I assume, I think we talked about this, you guys are already using 800 in the county, correct? Is the sheriff's office using it? But they have in-building coverage
All
issues,
law
right?
enforcement.
All law enforcement, okay.
But we have problems like here in Anthony, they can go down city street here and lose coverage. It's random.
Yep. And keep in mind, this is one thing, I'm very straightforward. I used to be a canine handler, so I'm very blunt. I'm not your typical salesperson. You're not gonna have perfect coverage no matter what you do. It's not, hey, we put a sign in and we have 100% coverage everywhere. We would never guarantee 100% coverage. There's always gonna be buildings or basements where I don't give a darn what you do, you're not gonna have coverage in there. It's just the nature of the beast. One county, for instance, Harvey County, prime example, they put in 3 sites simulcast system. They spent $7 million, I believe, on this radio system. The one place we can't get out of is the guy who built the system's office. Literally, you walk out of Dog River's office, you can go 3 feet in either direction and talk, but we cannot talk in his office. So he designed the system, right? It just goes to show you, I don't care how much infrastructure you put in, there's gonna be certain places where you're just not gonna have coverage. So don't think by buying this, it's gonna be 100% perfect, because I just wanna be upfront and honest, it's not. You're still gonna have a basement here, a basement there. Basements are my worst, that's why I always talk about them. Heavy buildings, like jails. Jails are a pain in the ass, right? A lot of times you have to put a BDA in a jail just because they're so thick. They're usually 2 or 3 foot thick concrete walls, a lot of steel. You might have to add a BDA in there to get in-building coverage. That's just some of the things you want to look at, but this will fix 90% of the issues you have now. We can go back over the coverage map and look, but it'll show you on the coverage map the areas it's going to improve and fix in your county. The second piece of this, 11.2, is subscribers. So this is getting people radios, and if we flip to the next page real quick, it breaks it out by department. The quantities, Michael would be able to talk to you more. She helped put the quantities together per department. She did the need assessment with Chris. They went through it and all that, so they know that. But this would get all the departments new radios. Just keep in mind, these P25 radios are a little different than the commercial series radios. They are a smart device, right? They do require tuning. Every 2 years, you're gonna wanna tune them to keep them in check with the shop or whoever to keep those tuned. But these are a device that has to be replaced. These aren't something you buy and 20 years later you replace. The industry standard is 8 to 10 years replacement on radios, so just keep that in mind. You are gonna have to replace these at some point. These aren't a buy them and never buy them again thing. You will have to replace these at some point because they are smart. They are constantly pinging the other tower sites and then registering and making sure that A, I'm getting signal and where I'm getting that signal at, right? Similar to like a cell phone, right? How it reaches out and knows which tower, you don't do anything. These radios are doing the same thing. The benefit to this though versus the commercial system is if you guys get in a car chase or an ambulance transfer and you have to go to Wichita or you go up to Pratt or whatever, you are gonna have radio coverage. So I was in a very, very rural county in north central Kansas when I was a canine handler. And one of my big problems was we get in a chase with the dog. They always with my dog, but I had no way to communicate once I left my town. I had a low band radio in there at the time, but nobody was maintaining a low band anymore except for the KHB plane. I could talk to the plane, but I couldn't talk to anybody else once I got out of our county. This fixes that. This allows you to have interop. Every dispatch center in the state has an 800 radio in it now. So that way these folks can talk to other dispatch centers. So if they get in a chase, they can talk to KHP. All KHP has them. So this allows you to have interoperability with your neighbors a lot better because of all these 800 resources the state's invested in, being able to put them out there and give you communications. And these radios.
Are the states going towards 800 or are they staying?
The state is already 800, yeah, and all the states around us are going that route. Missouri put in an 800 system 4 years ago. Oklahoma is working on a hybrid system right now. They're kind of slow growth. Nebraska went VHF in a rural area because they couldn't get frequencies. There was a private company that owned all the 800 frequencies up there and kind of screwed them over and wouldn't sell them to them. But they put 800 in the metros. So they do have 800 in all the large populated areas. In the rules, they had to go VHF because they couldn't get the frequencies.
Some markets 400, I believe, right?
Yep, UHF, yep. Yep.
So does Barber County, so let's say Barber County Fire Departments, all of the rural fire departments, do they have them?
Are they 800?
Barber County, I believe, does have 800 in the fire, don't they?
Everybody, not dispatch, but everybody. Correct. See, I was told that Barber County, like the fire, did not have this. And so they'd still have to maintain here the 450 to be able to communicate with them on the fire.
No, they have 800 up for sure.
And there's technology to get around that now too. There are ways to do console patching. There are most departments have access to some 800 radios, right? Through their Homeland Security regions, they have bought radios and put them out there throughout the departments, so they can interop with some of these.
In Alfalfa County, Oklahoma, Grant County, I mean, if we need to communicate with officers or fire department people, they all have 800.
On Oklahoma's side, okay, I don't know on Oklahoma's side, I don't deal with Oklahoma, I stop at the border, so I'm not sure what they have.
What'd you say though, Chris?
Alfalfa and Grant have 800.
I mean, each individual, all those guys in the trucks, they don't have to call back to dispatch and the dispatch calls back and all that stuff.
And what a lot of them do too, even if they don't have it in every vehicle, they'll have it in the command vehicles, right? It's like, especially fire, right?
Yeah.
They don't necessarily talk to every firefighter, but they'll talk to like the command vehicle.
Right.
And then they'll pass the word out, right? For interop. They don't want everybody talking to everybody getting confused. So they'll do that, incident-based dispatching. So that's, but most agencies you're gonna find in the state either have 800 or going to 800. With the federal funds being released, P25, if you don't apply for P25 equipment, which is what this is, you're not gonna get the federal dollars. The feds are really pushing for everybody to get on it. And the P25 is an interop standard. So the nice thing about that is if you all get asked to go to, California, right? They always have fires there. If you get asked and you have a P25 radio, the nice thing is no matter what manufacturer it is, what system it is, if it's a P25 radio, they'll talk on that system. That's the nice thing about it. So you're not pigeonholed into, I can only use this device on my system, right? As long as it's P25, it allows you to talk on those systems.
So a couple of things, I do have a county, that talks to Missouri, they transport Cherokee, transport to Morgan, Missouri. They use those radios to talk to the Missouri Hospital on the mutual aid national interop channels, they're gonna be in there. So they can talk cross-border with that. Also, if your fire guys join any of the task force groups on the wildfires, they're gonna use this system to talk on those incidents and scenes, so. And then they'll be able to listen to them and communicate with them back there as well, so.
Because that's the main thing, I mean, for me, is everybody gets on the same, because we're running 2 different bands now, and,
Right.
you know,
Well, and this subscriber breakdown by agency on section 2.3, it breaks down the number of mobile and portable radios. So you can actually see the number of the radios.
Section what?
2.3.
Tracy, do you have yours with you, like your little handheld?
Yeah.
Is it like what they're talking about?
I don't know what, you guys got the, probably a
Well,
lot
yeah.
newer
And
than
that's-
this.
It's not new, that's a 1500, that's the next,
Yeah.
that's the S1500 radio, yep. Very similar.
And so it would
Just
work.
it's just a newer model of what you'd be going to here.
So I'm gonna say caveat to what Aaron said, you do have to be prepared budget-wise for those radios 8 to 10 years. How old is that radio he has right there?
that
We
radio-
bought them used.
Yeah,
So-
I would guess that radio would be 10 to 15 years old, would be my
So they're not
guess.
gonna show
Yeah, we
off
were
in 8
told
to
they
10
were
years,
old.
just having they'll be checking technology and things like that.
Kind of like your cell phone,
Okay.
you know, your
Right.
cell phone.
Exactly,
Right.
right, and that's the big thing I see with them, they don't quit working, what you'll see is your reception will get shitty, to be 100% honest. If you don't tune them, your reception will get shitty. I'll give you an example of that. One of the first systems I sold was Hutchinson, probably, I was doing what Michael does, so 15 years ago, I sold Teddy Hutchinson. And we demoed radios there, it worked great in the mall. So we deployed the radios, being a brand new, we didn't know, had any idea about tuning these radios, right? We were a new shop, didn't know all this. We put them in, Chief calls me 10 o'clock at night and goes, Aaron, I'm hit. I go, what? And I knew Dick very well, and he goes, you get your ass over here. So Friday night, 10 o'clock, I drove to Hutch, got there at 11, had my radio, we walked in the mall, mine worked. I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, mine doesn't. And what had happened is the new radios come tuned to factory spec, not system spec. And so we tuned his radios, and once we tuned them, they worked just fine. So tuning is very important. That right there led me to understand tuning is very important. I can give you several examples of why tuning is important, but make sure that you maintain every 2 years, make sure that you're having at least every 2 years. The other thing that does for you, if you have a problem on the radio, it catches it before it's out of warranty. So if they tune it and they say, hey, your receiver's not doing well, it gets replaced for free. If you don't tune it, you don't know that. Pretty soon, 6 years on the road, I can come tell you your tuner's bad, it costs $300, $400 to fix. You could have got that under warranty. So, just one of those deals.
One thing I did want to point out is we noticed, we talked about in the previous meeting about going totally 800, including the fire campers. Okay? So we found fire pagers. They're not included in this because they are not a.
Motorola product, yeah.
So that's a separate quote that I have that was attached on.
Yeah, we don't make, it's a communication pager, we just don't make them. So there's no reason for me to sell them to you, because I have to mark them up in a lot. You might as well buy them directly from them and save some money. We just don't sell them, we don't make an 800 pager. We sell radios is what we do, so that's, we don't offer those. I mean, I can sell them to you, but there's no reason to do it, so.
First, you only got me in for one radio.
That's what, when I sent the email up, that's what you told me. And we can always adjust this. This is
Yeah, absolutely.
final, so.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we can adjust quantities, for anything on here. Just let us know if there's something that needs changed or whatever. That's kind of what I wanted to run through this with you guys for. Today was talk about the technology and everything, the pricing and all that. And then if there's any tweaks or changes that we need to make to these quantities or whatever, we're happy to do that. So that's talking about the radios, there's the quantities per department. If we look at section 5, if we go to section 5, the first page here is the coverage map. And we can kind of talk a little about that because I always like to point that out. So when you see red there, that's 12 dB coverage, okay? So what 12 dB coverage is, that's a light commercial building. So that's a brick office building, something like that. We don't do any higher than that because when you start getting above 12 dB, it's very hard to predict coverage, to be honest with you, compared to you guys. I could show 20 dB coverage on here. That doesn't mean that everywhere in that building you're going to get 20 dB coverage. So 12 dB is more realistic. Most of the buildings in smaller, less urban areas are 12 dB or less. So that's why we use 12 dB. So everywhere you see red is 12 dB. Now where you see blue is 6 dB coverage. So 6 dB coverage is stick-built homes. So a residential stick-built home, a farmhouse, something like that, anything stick-built, you're going to have blue. The blue coverage will cover that. So anywhere you see red, there's also blue, green, and yellow coverage. Anywhere you see blue, there's blue, green, and yellow coverage. So it's a heat map, right? So if I don't see red but I see blue, that means I don't have 12 dB, I only have 6 dB, if that makes sense. And then the in-building on-street is green coverage. So out here in the western part of the county, you have a lot of on-street coverage, but you don't have in-building off this site. Now, I wanted to show you what the coverage was off this site, right? Because that's what you're buying. Your coverage will improve as we start tying in other sites in other places. For instance, Kingman County just bought a site, right? Up north. It's not going to give you all a lot of benefit, but up here where you see a few of these yellows in the southern part of your county, they might turn to green. Or northern part of your county, they might turn to green once that site is live. You won't see a huge impact in building coverage in your county, but you might see some on-street coverage benefit. So I always like to point that out and show the coverage map because I think it's important to understand what you're buying. You're getting a good benefit off of yours because if you look at the site here in Harper, normally one site I can cover about a third of the county, realistically, with 12 dB coverage. I'm getting a lot more than that in your county. So that site does cover very well location-wise. I don't know the terrain here that well, so I don't know if that must be on a hill or something because it's getting very good coverage around the county.
So how does that compare to 400 coverage? Is there a maximum, Chris, that we can pull up and compare that
We
to?
probably have one old file somewhere, but I haven't seen one.
Can you try to find us and see what that would look like, please?
Probably. So 400 coverage will be very similar to this. The one thing about 800, it does better in building coverage. So it penetrates buildings better, the 800 megahertz, just because of the tighter bandwidth. So low band was, when you look at radio waves, I won't get too technical on you, but when you look at low band, it talks forever, right? Because it was a big radio wave, and it followed the curvature of the earth, right? As the radio waves get smaller, they're more directional, but they penetrate better. So 800 is nice because it penetrates, it gets through trees better, it goes into buildings better. That's the benefit I've seen over doing this 15 years now. I've seen the benefit of getting that in building coverage has been better off 800 than it has off of.
Well, in my mind, what I picture is like with our TV. We just have antenna TV, we don't have cable. And when they did the digital transition jump, we don't get TV now.
Right.
And that's what, and we live about 8 miles west of town. That's the number one thing I do not want to have is go from, because at least with that antenna we had before, we could watch TV. Some days it was staticky and fuzzy, but we still had TV. And I picture that this 800 radio is maybe comparable to that, to all of a sudden it either works or it doesn't work, and there's no fuzzy in
Well,
between.
think about that for a second though. So I'm glad you brought that up, it's a great point. But think about it from the other spectrum. So fuzzy and okay once in a while doesn't work in public safety, right? So you either have to have
Right,
coverage
yeah.
or you don't.
Right.
The gray area coverage, like UHF, just analog UHF coverage or analog any band coverage that's sketchy, is dangerous because shoot or don't shoot sounds a lot alike when you can't hear all of it.
But my point is if it's like that, when they make that transition, when they flip that switch, it doesn't work at all. It's
Yeah.
done. And that's
Well,
what I want to make sure
that's
that
what I'm
we
showing
at
this
least
coverage
have,
now. That's
we
what
at
I'm-
least have a way to communicate.
Yeah.
Whereas when they, like I said, they flipped it, it was done.
That's why
You
I'm
guys
showing
maybe
this
don't have it
coverage.
up your way, but.
And that's why I'm showing this coverage maps, because our coverage maps are always conservative. Keep in mind, I'm never gonna come out here, I would never let them do it, but our company wouldn't do this either. They would never come out here and show you a coverage map that's less than what you're getting, okay? Because I don't wanna oversell and underdeliver. Usually, so for instance, I'll just tell you, Franklin County. I did a system for them about 5 years ago, we tested it out. I sold them 93% coverage countywide, it tested out at 97. Harvey County, we bought 96, it tested out at 98. The state system, when they bought it, they bought 93% statewide coverage on street, it tested out about 97. So you're always gonna get more than what I perceive here. Now, I'm showing here 95% covered area. So what that means is, when you look at the county of the painted area, which means a colored area, I'm covering 95% of that area. If that's what that means to you.
Right.
So.
But in
that's-
addition to that, you get out, see, most of that territory that's the lesser coverage is where I'm at.
Yep.
Most of my constituents are in that area.
Yep.
We
Now-
already have cell phones that don't work.
Yep.
Guarantee you. You'll go out, and it almost matches your exact line. You drive out there, cell phones don't
Yep.
work.
Okay.
I'm wondering if this is gonna be the same.
Now, I
So
can
let's
tell
ask the
you,
question.
I can tell you on the 400, and Kenny and Tracy can attest to this. On that 400 system, you get over to Attica or close to Attica, anything there in the west, nothing.
Shuts off.
Yeah, and
But
so-
on 800, they're getting out over there.
Because are you reaching over to somebody in like a Barber County tower or something?
Yeah, that's the beauty of this system.
Barber County, over
Yeah.
there where our cell phones don't work.
Whereas the
Radio.
400 radios maybe aren't, just, they just go off of our tower. and that's
And
it.
the clarity is night and day difference.
I'm sorry, I'm asking a lot of
Yeah.
questions. Just talking about a lot of
No,
money.
absolutely.
The clarity between the
Now, does
400 and
this-
800 is unreal.
Does this map show the impacts of the other towers around us, or is this just if you put one in our
That's,
ground?
that's my question, because you said we've got.
It does, no, it shows the impact of the towers around, but it doesn't show any additional towers. So if like Kingman County putting in that tower, I can't predict that coverage because it's not there today. I don't ever put a site on there that's not there today unless the only ones you're buying.
So Barber County doesn't have really anything.
Oh, no, they have a site over there, but he didn't put that on the map because it would have benefited you guys. He only put the sites that would benefit you guys, if you notice. You're getting that fill-in coverage over here from a tower site, I'm not sure which one, so I can't see the
Their
tower
towers
sites.
out.
Well, I don't know about that because we're on Barber County.
That's what I was gonna ask you. So
Tower.
Kenny, if we're reaching one of their towers, they've surely gotta have.
Right now,
It's a lot better
And
than
I can-
that.
And I can double check with my engineer and make sure he turned the Barber County tower on, right? They do all this from looking at the state map, they don't know the terrain, and if he thinks it isn't gonna benefit, he doesn't turn it on.
Oh,
So I'll double check that today with him and make sure the Barber County tower is turned on, but I know for a fact, I know for a fact that the Sumner County tower is turned on and the Kingman County tower is turned on, I know for a fact. The one I don't know is on the Barber County tower. It's looking like to me though, that he might not turn that one on because Barber County over there is not painted, but let me double check that.
Okay.
So a couple of things, one, Sumner is looking at possibly doing a tower sometime in the future. And what he's doing with his radio is hitting a button to check which tower he's hitting, how strong it is. So it'll move from, the radio moves from tower to tower, and they can always check it. The radio's gonna tell them if they're not in a good coverage area, they can push over the button and search for another tower.
And it'll automatically do that too. You don't have to manually do it, it's automatically smart enough, that's the benefit of this system. It will automatically roam to another tower. There's a threshold, it's called RSI threshold, and when it gets below 40, RSI meaning from like 0 to 100, right, or 120 actually, I believe. But basically, when you, that threshold, it gets below 40, it starts drastically. Between then, it's just handshaking every 60 seconds. If it gets below 40, it's handshaking every 10 seconds, right? It's reaching faster, looking for a tower, because it knows I'm getting down to that threshold. The nice thing about, like she was saying about clarity, whether I have an RSI of 37 or 120, my audio is gonna sound the exact same. It's not gonna cut out, it's not gonna be faded, it's gonna be very clear, crisp digital audio. That's the beauty of the digital system. Unlike TV, where you don't either have TV or you don't. The nice thing with this is you're putting in this site to guarantee your coverage, but B, your clarity is going to be the same whether you have 30 hours site or you have 120 hours site. You're going to have that same level of communication clarity.
And the importance of that for public safety, like you was talking about shoot and don't shoot, you've got to have clarity. You've got to be able to understand exactly what they're saying, because,
Especially if you're in building.
yeah, right.
Was it Kenny or Tracy said that you couldn't hear anything in the buildings, or most buildings, right?
City.
Right now, it's kind of iffy where you're at. I mean, you might get one point and then next time you don't.
But see, that's dangerous.
Anthony's pretty much the worst.
That's not cool.
Well, and we figured out when we were looking at this stuff, with the photography, that basically Anthony sits in a valley. Okay, so where the problems that we were having in the city limits of Anthony, this is gonna more than cover that. You know, and like you said, you don't have 100% anywhere because of building structure and whatnot. But
This has
Would
probably
we-
been answered in the past, but why will the 800 do it and the 400 won't?
the 800 that they're using now, they're pinging off of a Barber Tower and a Summer Tower, okay? This, what they're talking about, the ASR that he's talking about, is gonna boost that signal to give us the strength here in town.
What you're running off of now, you're hitting that repeater, and the further you go out from the repeater, you're losing your coverage. Where with this one, you're getting coverage with the tower and everything you have.
And you're, to be quite honest, on your UHF stuff, you're using commercial grade equipment. So you're using radios that Walmart would use, or these are public safety mission critical radios. And I don't want you to take that lightly, because that is a huge difference. You know, his radio right there is 15 years old. I'd throw it against the wall and it'll still work. I would not grab one of the UHF radios you have and throw it against the wall.
For a candy?
I'll just be honest, they're just different quality. On the radios you're buying, like on the Apex 6000, for instance, that radio, that portable radio has a titanium reinforced chassis. It can take abuse. We hit it with a baseball bat one time at a trade show. Radio on, sitting there all day long, officers hit it with a baseball bat. Entire trade show, hundreds of people, and at the end of the trade show, that radio still worked flawlessly.
We
I
also
mean, just
set
things
it-
like that.
We set it in a tank of water and talk on mic all day at church things too.
Yeah.
An important thing you said earlier with the TV, nobody's putting technology in their hands
Yeah,
anymore.
but enough people down there don't have that, yeah.
We've driven over them with trucks. And I'm happy to do any demos you guys want to do. I don't usually bring a radio and beat it up in the first meeting, but if you want to see how strong they are, I'm happy to do that. I mean, I'll spike them off the floors. You can ask, if you call Lyon County, you can ask them, Mike. Their commission said, well, how tough are they? So we walked out the hallway on the marble floor and I spiked it. I mean, it's just, they're just built differently. And that's, I mean, let's face it, these folks that are doing that job, they're in shitty environments, right? They're out in the rain, the snow, the wind. These radios will work in those environments. That's the great thing. They're gonna get dropped off the car. They're gonna get knocked off their duty belts in a fight. They're gonna get drug across the ground. They will work and they will last. The battery won't fall off, nothing like that. And that's a big deal.
So when you get all those emails that say this front site's being shut down for maintenance,
Yep.
it's automatically gonna kick you to the.
Yep, and you'll get notified, the state does do maintenance on the sites, right? So they will take sites down. They try and do it as less impactful as possible, and you'll see less and less of that because the state 2 years ago started going to fiber connectivity instead of microwave connectivity. So there's not near as much maintenance involved on the links, which is why they were taking them down, right? Because when you have to work on those links, you have to take that connectivity down between the sites. Well, now with the fiber, it's a lot easier to do the maintenance, so they're not having to take the sites down as much. So you shouldn't see that very often, but I mean, we looked at the amount, we did a deal for the state last year, a big project. We looked at the amount of busies the state system had or outages, and it was less than 0.1%. The amount of busies and outages they've had for the amount of users they have. So it's honestly, it's really impressive the way the state system works and the fact that we're getting to use it for free as the end user. It's a real benefit. A lot of states are jealous of what we have in Kansas because entities get to jump on it for free basically, other than, if we go back to 11, let's finish that because there are some pieces there I want to talk about. So if we go back to 11.3, section 11.3, we look at the pricing summary. So it gives the ASR site at 680K, right? It gives the subscribers a $774 for your grand total. Then I'm giving you guys a system discount if you sign by the 16th of September at $110,000, which is above and beyond state contract pricing. So all this pricing I'm showing you guys is state contract pricing. That's a negotiated contract the state did with Motorola. They competitively bid it, and that pricing is what you get. Well then, because you're buying so much, you get a bundled discount above that. So that's 1.3 million right there. Then when you look at the post-warranty maintenance, which is on the next page, let's talk about that. So, right now your equipment, you buy it, you use it, and you replace it, right? That's how it works with the equipment you currently have, right? Your UHF equipment. If it breaks, you gotta find parts, things like that. The nice thing about the SUA2 system that you guys have to, this is a requirement of the state system, you have to have the SUA2. So what the SUA2, when you see post-warranty services here, years 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, that's the SUA2 cost per year. The benefit to that is this. So every year, actually every 2 years, we come out and we do a forklift upgrade to the system. So what I mean by that is we do firmware and software and some hardware. So what it doesn't cover is platform changes. So right now, the repeaters in those sites are called GTRs, right? If we were to go to, I don't even know what the next model will be, let's call it an MTR, right, or a ZTR. If we were to go to that, it wouldn't cover that change, but what it does cover, like last year, all the switches and routers that we had in there, I believe were HP, they needed replaced. They were end of life on there. So we actually replaced every switch and router in the entire state system last year as part of the upgrade. So the state believes in this because it saved them millions of dollars on the system, because they've had, I mean, one year we came out, Microsoft did something with the computers, and you couldn't use Windows XP, I believe, anymore.
Something happened up to it.
So we actually replaced every computer in the entire state for free that was on the system. So every dispatch center console, every site that had a computer, one of those computers, got replaced for free as part of the SUA2. So it's a really good program, but what it keeps you from doing is, in 6 years, you're gonna have a system that is up to date, right? So let's say at the end of 6 years, and the reason I did 6 years, that matches the state contract. I just signed the state last year, and they're gonna expire in 6 years. So I'm trying to match customers to that. That way, if the state in 6 years says, Aaron, we don't want to do the SUA2 anymore, well, as a customer, you don't have to do it then. So you can opt out of it if the state opts out of it, right? Or you can continue it if you want, if you see benefit in it. I don't think the state will stop doing it. They've seen benefit in it over the year to save the money, and it's been basically kept their system operational and in good shape. Is the nice thing. So that's kind of the nuts and bolts of what the SUA2 is and what it entails. It's a good deal in my opinion from an end user standpoint, because like right now, if you buy a repeater on your UHF system, well, you buy it, you put it in, and you just wait for it to break, right? There's not a lot of maintenance that's done on it. This, every 2 years, we're coming out here and physically looking at this equipment and upgrading it. We're gonna catch things that are wrong with it, right? Before they break. So if there's a piece that's failing or something, the nice thing with this equipment is, it's monitored. So we're gonna know if it goes down. We're gonna call you before you even know a lot of times, because you have other sites you can use. We'll probably call you before you know your site's down. Like, listen, your site's in site trunking. We're sending techs out to fix it. But if you were to notice it, right, you would be able to notice that because you're gonna have a monitoring system you can log into and watch. You'll be able to see if your site's up and operational, how many users are on it. So there's just a lot of things with this system that you can't do with the conventional system. But at the end of 6 years, you're gonna have a brand new, basically, site sitting there.
Okay, so you bring up the 6-year deal. What happens on year 7? Do we have to
So if
continue?
the state,
Is it gonna be like $50,000 a year for us to continue to maintain?
yeah, I mean, I can't give you the exact price.
It'll go up.
It'll go
Sure.
up, obviously, but
Like
as you can see
everything
here,
else we get.
well, as you can see here, there is small increments, right? I think about $500 to $1,000 a year, right, that it goes up.
Yeah.
So if I was budgeting, I would budget those kind of increases past that going forward. You know what I mean? And there'll be in the market we're in, I think there's gonna be a reset, honestly, with the economy the way it is and the pricing and all that. The pricing's going up. At some point, it's not, right? We're gonna reset and so, but if I was budgeting and I wanted to continue my budget out past 6 years, I would look at those increases. As the equipment gets older, right, there's more risk on us, so the price is gonna be more expensive, if that makes sense, right? With the SUA2, because the first year is basically brand new, it's under warranty, there's no cost to you. So then that's why it starts in year 2, because the first year is under warranty, so it's covered under everything under warranty. Your subscribers have 3 years of warranty. You do 3 years. Your subscribers have 3 years of warranty. So my recommendation to you all is at year 2, optimize them so that if there's something wrong with them, it gets checked and it gets fixed under warranty. The only thing the warranty doesn't cover on the radios is physical damage. So, and it's damn hard to break one of these radios, but I have had people do it. I had a guy drop one out of an elevator leg one time, a volunteer firefighter, and he didn't think it was going to be covered. We actually went in, sent it in for repair. I said, let me try, and they warranted it. But I have had like a firefighter, they put it on top of the fire truck in Wichita, they drove down the interstate, fell off, and semi after semi car hit it for like an hour because it wasn't lost the radio. Went back, it was not repairable. And he could tell me it was ground to a pulp. I was like, I can't fix it under warranty. You know, they're like, no, we get it. It's on us. But that happens. But I mean, for the most part, I've been very fortunate. I haven't had too many radios sent in that aren't fixed under warranty. So the reason we only do a 3-year warranty, honestly, you guys, is if they're going to go bad, they go bad in the first 3 years. I can sell you more warranty, but it's a waste of your guys' money. Because if that radio is going to break, it always breaks the first 3 years, it seems like. I've been doing this 16 years now, this year, and I've sold some 5-year warranties, but I feel like it's a waste of money. Because they're so rugged and reliable, and they're just getting stronger and stronger, that you're not having parts fail. If it fails, it usually fails within the first 6 months. Usually the part goes bad, it goes back quick. Or it fails out of the box. Like I've had a couple this year that fell straight out of the box. They had issues, they never even put them in the field. They went to program them, it wouldn't work. We sent them back, there was a manufacturing error, somebody made a mistake. And usually it's software. It's not even a hardware issue, it's they didn't put the right software in from the factory. So we had to get them fixed. But other than that, the nice thing about selling Motorola products is we don't have many problems. We're very fortunate. We build a good part that lasts. I don't deal with a bunch of customer service issues usually.
I do want to reiterate the importance and part of what he's talking about when you're tying into the state system. It is monitored 24/7. If you guys go down, I had one county that was talking about upgrading their VHF. They're like, what about on a Sunday? We got to call a technician. We got to find somebody. You have people that watch this all the time. It goes down, it's a big deal, and they're going to fix it right away. You guys might not ever even know that it happens.
And you guys are on a public safety system. The other benefit to this is the state has mobile resources by being part of this system. Tornadoes, right? They're always a threat where we live, right? I live in Great Bend, so grew up, I went through the poison tornado. It was actually my first month in law enforcement when it happened. I took a week off, came home, helped my family clean up their houses. If tornado takes out your site up here and just destroys it, right? The state has a mobile repeater they can bring out, put up, and get you back on the air, at least temporarily, until you can get your site rebuilt. With your UHS stuff, you don't have that capability, right? Nobody has mobile resources they bring out, throw a tower up in the air. The state has that, you can use that. So that is a huge benefit that doesn't cost a thing that they have done for people. Miami County, for instance, 2 years ago, we worked with them, or 3 years ago now maybe. They went to the state of emergency. Their system failed. Their VHF, the UHS system failed. And the sheriff just abandoned it. He would not use it any longer. So they came out, threw that up, and got them on the air with some 800 radios while we designed and built them a system. And got them on the air with an emergency system because they were having so many issues. So those are just some of the things that people don't sometimes see that are huge benefits that you get with the, because listen, this is not a cheap investment, right? This stuff, this equipment is expensive. I'll never discredit that. I'll never say we're the cheapest. This mission critical equipment costs, and it costs dearly. But you're buying that peace of mind and that reliability that comes with it.
So this is maybe Sean and maybe you guys have been around this a little bit too. Can ARPA money help with this? So this is
Yes.
ARPA.
Yeah.
I also talked to Shelley after she was
Yeah, I
in
was
that
gonna say,
grant, and
yeah.
she believes that that would help us too. But there is a lease, basically a lease program. You want to explain that to us?
Oh, yeah. So at Motorola, we do offer a lease program, right? So it meets all the non-appropriation to fund clauses in the state and stuff like that. It's really a benefit to the customer. We did it, we started doing it 12 years ago, I guess, was the first one we did. And we started doing this lease program internally through us. We were having, here's how I tell customers. Take my quote and shop your local place. It always looks good to keep your money local. Up until last year, I would get beat on my rate about 50 to 80% of the time. Last year, I never got beat once. I was always the best rate. For some reason, and going forward, we've been very competitive. This year, same way. But I can do, on a site like this, we can do out to 10 years. On radios, if it's radio only, they will only go 7 because the industry standard is 8-year replacement. So they don't wanna lease something longer than you're supposed to replace it, right? So they'll do 7 years. But on that site, they'll do 10-year lease. We can break that out. You can do in the arrears payments where your first payment's due 12 months after you sign or after implementation, or we can do, you can put a down payment down and start your payments right away. It's totally flexible how you guys wanna do it. You don't have to do 10 years either. You can do 5 years, 3 years. I had a customer do 3 years. They were gonna use ARPA money, but they had to get the stuff bought right away, and their ARPA money hadn't been released yet, so they did a 3-year lease on part of it to get going, and then they used the ARPA money to pay for the rest of it, so.
And we've had some do 10-year and pay it off early.
Yeah, oh yeah, a lot. And there's no prepayment penalty, or anything like that, so.
But that lets you guys set your
But
budget.
your question about ARPA, I bet you, well, I know for a fact, 90% of my projects last year were all funded by ARPA
I
funds.
would imagine, yeah.
Yeah, these counties, I mean, I preach this to my management all the time, like, this equipment isn't getting any cheaper, right? It's getting more advanced and more expensive, and counties' budgets aren't going up at that rate, right? So it's getting harder and harder to do projects like this.
They will this year.
And a lot of them took advantage of the ARPA money and got new technology, right? They really did, because they knew this was a one-time to get things squared away and right, and they did it. And a lot of them have done what you guys are looking at, a single ASR site and new radios, right? Get them a site, get radios in, and move forward, and that's what a lot of them have done.
And talking about the increase in price, that same ASR that we've got the quote on here has gone up $300,000 in the last 2 years.
Yep.
Real.
It's gonna keep going up if we.
It is, it's got crazy expensive.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's just because of the market volatility, right? Like, the problem with this electronic stuff is, we manufacture 90% of our stuff in the US, but our chips. Our chips are not manufactured in the US right now. Now, our CEO did a thing last year, because I was counting, we bought a manufacturing facility in Texas, and we're gonna try to manufacture our own chips. Not many companies in the US build their own chips. We're gonna try it, because they had us over a barrel. I mean, we could not get chips. They would not ship them to us. We're a big company, but in a chip user, we're very small. Because you know the Dells of the world and the HP of the world, they sell devices at Walmart and everywhere else in between, right? We don't do that. We're very specialized in what we do, public safety, and we just weren't going to be held over a barrel like that anymore. So we're going to start producing our chips. Will it be as cheap as producing overseas? No, but we can control and we can make sure we have product availability, and that's what we're after, right? We are a mission critical company. We're acquiring companies yearly, and it's 100% to be that one-stop shop for public safety.
You guys looked into, have you thought about it, you know anything about this before you got in here, or you looked at what they're offering, just the first time? Good.
Well, I've been obviously fighting for all along for 800. I love them. I get our issue, you know, with some of the cities, and like the chief, I think other than your city coverage, you probably love the 800, right? I mean,
But this would relieve his city coverage.
Can you tell
it would help tremendously.
Can you kind of tell them a little about the coverage when we go down by fires, down by Walden and everything? Because I don't think the Barber County Tower's on that coverage.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
Yeah, I don't think it's lit up.
Because we have great coverage down, and I mean, just like our chase in Oklahoma, we went all the way down to Highway 11, and I could talk to our deputies. Now, once they got down to 11, we figured out where that line stopped. Because they were gone, but you could hear him plain as day, and that's quite a ways into Oklahoma. And we would have been running off of one of the towers here.
Yeah, Sheriff Ketron, they got into a chase, and he told me they got 27 miles into Oklahoma before they lost coverage. I was pretty impressed.
I don't know how far is Highway 11.
Well, it's not that far.
No, it's
It's 10 miles south of Manchester.
But I mean, it's, you're in Oklahoma.
Agreements with Oklahoma that we could actually program their 800 channels into these radios.
Yeah,
So
that just
they
got
don't get us
changed.
where they want.
Yeah, there was an issue before with a indemnification clause with the state where the states wouldn't sign to those agreements, but they just got that fixed through the Homeland Security regions where they got that indemnification clause, because the FBI had been running on this system forever. They couldn't get on because the feds would not sign our paperwork. No, actually the state's not mine, but the state's paperwork. They just got that fixed last year, and the feds, I just started putting radios on this Kansas City system for the feds for that reason. So that will help too, that we're gonna start sharing frequency across the borders, right? We weren't doing that
I
before.
think it would be that way, so we're lucky to talk to.
Right.
You would think, but when lawyers get involved, they slow the process down sometimes.
Well, we had, I had to send
That
a
was
hospital,
nice.
not a hospital transfer, I had to send EMS on a call south of, Manchester. And I had them flip to the 800 that's already in our radios. And I could hear them clear as a bell.
Yeah, but for safety reasons, like what Tracy's talking about, what do you do once you lose coverage? Get on your cell phone?
That's what we had to do then. But we
But they
had
were doing
Grant
it on
County
the
in
400s
there.
and that.
Right, I know.
Which it doesn't work, so they're trying themselves.
Yeah,
Well-
it was sketchy at first.
Cell phones, like I said, over Attica, we might as well get our cell phones, but at least our 800s get out.
That's what I was gonna ask you too, 'cause in the western part of the county on my map that I was just showing, do you have coverage over there now? Pretty good?
On our radio?
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, on the 800 radio?
Yeah, Chuck in Attica, he doesn't have any problem.
Okay, good.
And he has this older system, we bought them used, and they're old, I mean, I
Yep.
understand. We get newer ones, maybe it'll help us out.
It
even
should
a little
improve,
more.
Chris, yeah.
So,
Yeah, because
I
on
gotta go over these two other things.
let's go then, let's get them started, because we have a long.
Sorry.
No, you're all right, I was just saying we have to move on.
I will double check that coverage map and find out what sites are on.
Please do,
And I will send you an email and list what sites are lit up and make sure he lit that up, and I'll send that to y'all so you can look at it.
Thanks for your time today, guys.
Absolutely.
Nice
Thank you.
nice to meet you.
You should have had Harper Fire Department in. Or somebody should have.
I invited them.
You did?
Yeah.
Well,
So,
I'll take it.
okay, so as I mentioned before, the pagers are not on there because they're not on the roll call, they don't serve.
Thank you.
thank you, guys.
Thank you.
The 800 line pagers.
So, we all use it.
Almost 49,000.
You guys need to
But that
talk
would
to
put us completely on the 800 system.
Thank you.
Don't
Thank
have
you.
to worry about anything.
I know, I get it.
So that brings up the last thing. The last thing I have is, if I can find it, I had Michael go ahead and do the quote for radio consoles, which are also in the budget. Those radio consoles are $110,000, but I can use 91,000. And when I checked my end of month for June, I've got, if you take out what's left in my budget, I've got roughly 180,000 left in there. It would put me, I don't like to go that low, but I could pay for it out of that. So those are the only two things. I know this is a lot to consider, it's a lot of information. But I wanted to, if we're gonna do this, I think we need to do it and replace it at once.
Jeff, to answer your question, I know Atticus Fire didn't show up because it's hard to say no. He said no, and he said, he told me, he texted me and things, that I'm not coming, because he said, I'm tired of telling him no.
Yeah, but if we get insistence, I don't see where the problem is.
Well, but as, he's still as a taxpayer, he's saying just because it's new doesn't make it better. So they're not convinced that this is the best thing for them.
Well, unfortunately, they
And
have
his-
worked on 800 system.
Well, but his opinion is if we're gonna continue to maintain a 400 system as long as we have this new one, then why would we switch to that? If we can continue to use the 400s, and he must be okay with the 400s over there, he must think it's okay.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
So he doesn't want to continue to maintain 400, and he thinks that they will continue to communicate with what's west of him.
Well, but he's not in a situation where he's down here in a safety issue.
Yeah.
No, but he is involved with the safety issue out there, and he doesn't want to put anything to
Sheriff's
suggest.
office gets no coverage on the west side or from
Then how does Attica Fire keep coverage then?
Yeah, on their own. I mean, they just talk vehicle to vehicle.
They must, I don't know. He maintains they've got good coverage
They
up
can
there, so
have
that's
their
what.
talk around the top.
That's all. So they have coverage, somehow we don't, but they do.
but we can't go to sheriff's office.
We don't get coverage.
So how, do you know how they're doing it on fire there?
But they talk to one truck to another, and they not be talking to her.
They might be talking.
I don't know, I didn't ask him for any of those details, I just know that he doesn't have a
Yeah.
problem with it.
Well, I know when I started here and everyone was still on 400, all of them were still on 400. It was horrible, they'd go to Attica and we were sweating bullets until they cleared a call and came back because we can't hear them.
When
We
this
just
is,
cannot.
That would be nerve-wracking.
I'll tell you, I was actually a dispatcher in fire and water rescue, and then I trained on the state system before I came to Harper. So if you guys have any questions, I'm pretty well versed, but, when you get in a situation like that, if you have an event down there, or you have to wait for police, fire, EMS, and the fire can talk, and EMS and the police can, they've got to all be able to talk to each other on incidents as well, so.
And this would do that as well. It would alleviate a lot of issues.
Let me ask you this, is there a unit somewhere that we can hand to them, or maybe a handful of them, hand to them and say, take these out. Let's go, let's see. If money wasn't a problem, what do you guys think? Is there a way that we can do that? Give them some.
We need to bring it back.
You think you need critical testing?
Bad motive.
I don't know, I haven't answered that, I'm just trying to throw that out there to see if.
But are you talking about just like a demo unit you can test now?
We're multiple,
To see-
multiple units, so those
Yeah.
guys can have it in hand.
To see what, because.
I'm just throwing that out there just so they can see, because you said they've never used them before, they don't have any experience. Let's give them some experience and see what they think. And maybe not an emergency situation, but they can take them out and be doing some
So I will
stuff.
be honest, it's only hard to get demo units right now because with the chip shortage, they send them out, but I will try.
I'm just thinking maybe that's something, like she said, they don't have experience, but, so let's give them some experience.
Do you need just for copies of the last two that I just talked to you? I put them on, they should
Are they,
be.
oh, in the, okay.
There's already,
One's labeled console, I think, and one's labeled pagers.
and through, these are through mobile radio, not mobile one. You can do a lease on those as well, if you want, if you wanna use your funds yearly, but not grant, like you're saying. We go through lease corp, who does government rates, we don't get commission, anything like that, they keep them low, and then you can always make that available as well, if you'd rather budget that out a few years, then. So just know that's an option, if you need it, let me know, and I'll give you the full price, so.
I'll check with the guy.
This is running around it. I don't care which way we go, but we're one we're gonna maintain. I'm sorry, but we're maintaining one of the towers.
Yeah, I hate playing that game though, Darren.
Well, I do too, but we're gonna keep maintaining two different rating systems.
Well, but I hate playing the game of telling advocate, we're doing it, you're gonna have to jump
Well,
on
who said,
board.
who said we wasn't gonna out with it? Well, why are we gonna keep the money in the two systems?
Well, but as a taxpayer, he's looking at it too. That's still his money. That's still their money that they're spending on it, and he doesn't think it's a good spend. I'm telling you, his opinion. That's
I
what
don't know, but you're using this tax money to take care of two systems that we're trying to take
He
care of.
doesn't want to take care of two systems.
So who do they mutually with, who are they mutually?
More fusion.
They're on grass fires and stuff, or big ditches and all that.
But you're also talking about having as an average of 4 calls a month.
I'm not gonna get into that deal, Chris. I'm not gonna say that theirs is less important than
I'm not
anybody.
saying in any way, shape, or form that there's just less important.
I know, but
And
when you
they
say it
have-
like that, it sounds like you're saying to
No.
me, and that's, I'm telling you that I've
No.
lived over there long enough that I understand what they're saying now. When you say, well, they only make 4 calls a year, well, those 4 calls they make are pretty important, so I
They
didn't wanna
are.
get into it.
I'm not saying that they don't. What I'm saying is they don't have that exposure like we do.
Not testing the technology as much.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, sorry, Chris.
No, that's how I took it from a technology standpoint is, are they going enough places around there to really test and know if they're having shortages? And they may not have shortages there. So,
I'm telling you from experience, it's a better system. It really is. Your interoperability alone is worthwhile.
I guess
But
so.
I know we're running over, so
Yeah,
I'm.
yeah, we need to move on. So, anyway, thank you for your time.
you're welcome. And I will have her send you guys all my emails, so if you have questions, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're
We'll
welcome.
do this in this conversation.
Well, they're pulling some more information for us too, so when they get that together, they'll let us know. We'll probably sit down and visit about it some more, right, Chris?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
just want to make sure what all information you want. Like, I'll get this
Catherine, you need to see that coverage map, and I'd also like to see the difference of the 400 versus that. And you didn't have Harper County, I think you included on here so we could see what that
Okay.
looks like.
And I think my guys can do a 400 coverage map for you currently.
And I'd like to see what you have, who all, like, can we see Barber County, who all has the units,
Yes.
the 800 units?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Darren made a motion for a 5-minute break, all in favor?
Yes. I'll be right. Okay.
That's why they could.
Yeah, they gotta get all refreshed. Reset. You're welcome. Yeah.
Be right back. What was all the law enforcement people? I was like wanting to go out and speed right now.
Okay, so I'm not gonna lie, when I was coming through 54, there was a 4-car accident, and 2 miles later, there was 2 cars not in an accident, going the wrong way, and it was stopped by cops. So it put me behind for the meeting, I thought, well, I probably can speed a little bit, because they're all back there. So, let's see.
That's right. Okay, so,
Is this the door or next?
It's a hard against.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
very, I mean, this is the, you like to read it. Well, welcome.
Okay.
That's the
Oh,
article right
sorry.
there.
Okay, so I found out, and in addition to the two signatures, there's more, the he has to sign every. So I'm not gonna, let me using my little tabs.
Yes.
Oh, so opposite. That's a word I made up. And then I did get the updated information, all that, blah, blah, blah. Oh my lord. Am I down the road a little bit?
3 minutes.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Oh. I walked over here without what I needed. That's
If you can email it to me, I can get it printed.
I'll remember everything if I can.
Yeah.
Shelly, I can go over. You can get your stuff and come back, or you want it 10:30?
Yes.
Because you can start out their,
Can I get a motion to reconvene? All in favor? Okay, who's that? Shelley?
So we just
Or
are.
Mike?
You guys can go if you
No,
already.
they're with you. They're
Oh,
with you.
oh, okay.
No, we're supposed to be video,
Oh, okay. Hello. Hello.
right?
Okay, but is it streaming or is it just recording?
I didn't know
It's
what
streaming.
you're talking about.
Okay.
It's on the internet, Shelley. That's where I'm at.
Well, too bad not all of our citizens can access the broadband, including yours, anyway. Okay.
You're
so-
about to.
I
Some
know,
of us
so
are not
excited.
about to.
Well, I'm working on it.
I
Okay,
know.
so I take it that they're wanting to know more about the hub,
Yes.
the infrastructure.
Stacy right here needs to be involved in this conversation.
Hi. Stacy, how do I know you?
Informatica?
You just look really familiar. Anyway, okay, so I brought this over and was a follow-up to the infrastructure summit. And the materials and everything are on the hubs. It's kshub.org. But I will forward this out, plus you can have this. And it's in two parts, but it has kshub.org news and events page to see the materials from the summit, including all the slides and the presentations. And then it asks right down here if you have any feedback, which obviously you didn't attend the summit, but if you were unable, do you want to join the conversation? What resources do you want to be aware of? So it's a whole thing, and I can certainly forward that to you.
Yes.
What's your email?
S. Calvert.
SCALVERT. At
Harper County.
Yep. Got it. Okay.
And the reasoning why, you want to explain to them the reasoning why you're getting that information?
Okay, so the state of Kansas, thanks, you're the best, Joshi. I'm losing it. I'm telling you, the heat just ruined my brain.
Yeah, really.
So the state of Kansas, a couple weeks ago, I can't even remember, held a Kansas Infrastructure Summit because the state of Kansas is going to be getting like $3.6 billion from the federal government. And the Kansas Department of Transportation is trying to decide how that money will be allocated. So they had a summit and asked for everybody's input. It seemed that the two things that were certainly the most, the kind of the hot topics were certainly, roads, bridges, and then also utilities, and which includes broadband. So over the next month or so, or probably more than that, the Kansas Department of Transportation wants feedback from all municipalities, all counties, anyone and everyone on how we see this money should be spent. But there will be an application process, so eventually there will be grants and various things available, but we'll have to go through a process. So just, let's just kind of keep visiting, and if you need any help on anything, I may not always have the answers, but I know people who know people. That's kind of what
It's a great opportunity for us to get money to fix bridges.
Yeah.
We just tell them we got 1940 bridges, and they're not made to handle what we got, and there's several of them out, and we need some funds.
Yeah, so and what's great is, we were at the table, because it wasn't only, I was there, Secretary Lorenz, who is the Secretary of Transportation, really awesome, made myself very well known at the conference, and so I told her, I said, we definitely want to be at the table, we want to be considered, and she was very much said yes, so that's what I do.
Gives you an opportunity, that's why I had to come back up.
I just get in front of people that can give us money. No, so anyway, so, there you go. But yeah, I'll send you the actual email too.
Send some more
Yep,
information.
and anything that I get, I will send you
Okay,
away.
sounds great.
All right.
May help you out a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll help
Thank
us
you.
out.
Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks, guys.
yeah, anything we can do to help our road and bridge people, I am all about
Because I
it.
know that Grant County
Thank
has
you.
had a grant like that. So let's fix it.
There's your updated proclamation, boom, done. Okay, the hearing for the COVID closeout will be August 8th. And if any of you decide to change it or not be here, I will have words for you. There will be consequences.
August 8th.
Not
Like,
nice.
I brought donuts, or?
No, those won't be the words, Commish. No, they would not be nice.
Why would you want their company?
Not one of those. Okay, so that hearing is Monday, August 8th, and the reason that I am kind of a stickler about that is because, number one, it has to go in the paper, it has to be printed 8 days, or a minimum of 7 days prior to the hearing. So if you change it, we'll have to go a third round, which is costing us money. So, Ryan, does that
Should be a problem.
ring a bell, or does that hit a nerve with you? The more we have to publish that in the paper, the more
Oh,
money it
it's
costs.
expensive.
It is expensive, it's $100 every time between the two papers, so.
That's the most we like it.
Okay, Just letting you all know that I am getting the word out about Harper County leadership for 22-23. There are this is the information and the application, so just throw
Is
it
it saying
there.
$50 and then?
$50. We're gonna start in October instead of November and go through April instead of May, because May is just so crazy. And so still 7 months, still very similar.
Still got just
Yeah,
people interested?
yeah, this time I'm not having to recruit.
That'd be
People are
okay.
coming to me.
That's good.
So that's
Makes you feel good, huh?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, and good, like we have the police chief in Harper and some people from Patterson, and so it's been really good. So, I already mentioned the fair booth.
I think it's
Okay, and here's some other great news for you, Commissioner, on COVID. So you signed a bunch of those papers, but now where all those tabs are, I need your signature. Yeah. I didn't this closeout has been a nightmare. And this is why I love grants, but it's almost that the work to get them and to close them out, is just almost sometimes.
They can't make it simple.
Well, no, and that was absolutely one of the things that we said is, stop the red tape, stop the BS, just
You
make
prove
it
it,
easy.
send it,
Yeah,
and we're done.
you've got the money, and it's not like any of us are, going out and throwing
Sorry.
big county parties or something.
Hey, you know what? At least you found one. I got part. I paid for it, it's down there in Pop Shop.
So these don't have to be tested.
There's
No, they just literally signatures.
Are you guys okay with that? We've already made the motion to sign all that stuff, but do you wanna look at it right quick before I sign? It's not. like
Basically,
anybody's gonna know
basically what it
it's
says is it just says that we have followed procedure and that I, the chairman of the board, am saying that we followed procedure
And
for
this is
each.
for what grant?
This is for the COVID-3, this is for
Oh my
like,
gosh, Shelley.
well, dude, it's for all the companies that it attests to how many jobs were saved
Yeah,
and
sign
blah,
that
blah,
later,
blah, and all
appreciate
that.
that right now.
Yeah, so,
I'll get after it, it's gonna take.
yeah, get after it. I'm not waiting, I don't need it right now, but
This, it basically, this is for each business though.
yes, it's for
right?
each
Yeah.
business, so.
Okay. You guys okay with that?
Yep.
It's
a free Pepsi day.
I do have a Pepsi, but whatever. So this is another thing I'm gonna leave for you to ponder, because I did not have time to get it to Shonda. But this is a multiple page, application, and I will email it. This is from Farmers Oil, for a community development grant request for $435,745.67. They are doing a total remodel. The only reason I feel like we should probably ponder it a little bit is because there are some things in there that I don't think really qualify. But there are, but I mean, when you're spending $435,000, and apparently the building has not been remodeled since the 1980s.
I remember as a kid, that's about it.
Yeah, so they're doing a lot of upgrades, which of course is a huge asset and a huge improvement, because I mean, obviously that is a business that is very much utilized.
Sure, I remember the morning it blew up coming to town.
I was in town.
Oh, it blew out.
I was on the corner of McDonald's, I said,
You can hear it, you can feel it, in Harper.
Oh,
remember the school bus drove by that morning, I remember thinking, what?
I remember, the dude, Jim Mason, was sitting there at the intersection that blew his four-wheel drive truck across
jeez.
the street into
So then-
Nelson's.
So then what was built
This-
then was in the 1980s after that happened?
I don't remember what year that was.
I was in
It would have been in the
second
early
grade, so I
mid-eighties.
was-
At the
Yeah.
early 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so a lot of it is infrastructure. It is
So,
building, it is roofing, it is this and that, the other, but
This
some
is-
of it is also
is it coming down to,
aesthetics. This is coming out of Plum Thicket.
because your other account is,
So, yeah, so just to update you, we have not decided to take any CID applications at this point until, well, we are slowly growing. I think I sent an email to the committee that said we would probably restart in September, just at least convening, and then, seeing where we are, because we do wanna make sure that we honor our commitments that we have so far. Which we do have enough money to cover that, so, thank you, ma'am. Who takes this, or I have to send it.
So we're set good as far as.
Yeah,
even
yeah,
next year.
we're covered as far as everything that has been promised so far, where, we're trying to build up so that if we get a huge, request, again, I still think, a cap might be something to look at. I mean, because even our Plum Thicket, our community development grant has a cap of $40,000.
Right.
If you're spending over 160, you will get 40, which you all can approve, Farmers Oil, to get that, because clearly they're spending well over $160,000.
Are you gonna go through that first and look at it, or are you just gonna?
I have.
They'll make still, if it's 400, you can take out 200.
No, and I have, and I mean, like I said, there's probably, from what I've seen, there's probably about $100,000 that doesn't qualify, but for the most part,
That's still gonna be
yes,
over 80,000.
more than 160,000. So, I mean, you all can go ahead and approve that if you want.
I don't see why it would fall below that much money.
I mean, and again, this is a business that is more than essential.
How much money revenue?
Shauna did the math, and I think I'm, at 140?
I don't remember.
Enough to cover.
To get you through this year?
Yes. So,
Somebody wanna make that motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Jeff, all in favor?
Yeah.
thank you, gentlemen. All right,
Thank you.
so we got the proclamation, we got the hearing, and the community development grant, and leadership, and a fair booth, and the hub. Done and done. All right, fellas, anything else?
Did you get the paperwork changed, like on term of time, on that?
CID.
See, because we're gonna change some,
You mean on the,
We
like a
probably.
year or whatever?
Yes, so what I probably need to do is go through,
get your committee together and write us up what you think needs to be.
write
and
up
read this.
a new rules.
Have Jim
You
Cal
know.
involved
There
with it,
always
too.
thought it should be a year, and then he was talking about the cabinet too.
Yeah, so a year and then a cap of some sort.
You guys, district committee's come up with something, and send it to us.
But they can have Jim Cal involved with it too, to make sure they're happy, he's
Yeah.
happy with it.
Yeah, okay. Great.
I think that's something, I mean, it's gonna go forever, and you need to limit,
Oh, I will, just for fun, will tell you that this coming Saturday, Eric, is it Eric Gates that has hired to do something insurance? Eric, being a health enthusiast, I've been involved with the Great Race, which is over in Wilmington, which is a 14-leg race that involves everything from motocross to horseback to
Really?
running, canoeing, the whole 9 yards. So I mentioned it one day to Eric, because I knew they do their,
Iron Man, or is it?
yeah, it's called the Muddy Water
Muddy Water,
Race.
yeah.
Anyway, and I said, would you be interested in Harper County being represented at the Great Race and helping me put together a team? He loved it, so we are actually competing this Saturday in the Great Race.
And then have the youngest commissioner of the group run in it.
No, sir. Eric begged me to do that thing all the time, I'm like, no, that's how guys like me get hurt.
Well, I know, I'm a co-captain, he goes, so what do you want to do? I'm like, no.
You're in charge of.
I am pre and post-party,
Yeah.
post-race girl. So anyway, but everyone is certainly welcome. And what's interesting, there's 9 teams. 2 are from Wichita. A couple of, obviously, 3 or 4 are from Wellington, but Harper County will be represented. And then, of course, we're hoping to cross-promote that, the Muddy Water event will be in the fall here. So anyway, but it's going to be fun. But I need a motocross bike if anybody has one.
With a motor?
With like a little motocross bike.
Oh, with a motor.
Why not a side by side?
What's that?
Side by side.
That would be more fun, wouldn't it? You can put 2 people in there and go.
Do we want to win or not? No side by
It's
side.
not about winning.
Whatever it
I saw one of
is.
those on the internet for sale the other day. Somebody locally had one of those to get rid of. I can't remember who that was.
Well, I need that and I need a
I have a
horse.
very small one.
Oh, well, and a 50. Okay.
Was it you that I saw trying to sell one on the internet?
No, We're saving ours for Clayton for when he gets big.
Anyway, it's gonna be fun, and people are welcome to come and hang out. The race actually starts at 5 o'clock. People usually gather between 3:30 and 5 to watch the race, and you can watch the majority of it right there in the park that's near the golf course. And then afterwards, we'll have a post party and yay, Harper County. All right, good stuff. Well, those kind of things I think are important to know, so. All right. Are you going? Are you coming? All right.
All right, real quick, can we clean a couple things up? The minutes from July 5th, I'll entertain a motion for those. You guys are okay with that?
You're coming to the party.
All in favor? Aye. And then there's an expense for
It'll be
Bert's.
fun.
Who put this in here? Did Hannah bring this in?
Yes.
Is it just for Bert's?
I believe so. I don't really know much.
Not Bert, I guess it's not Bert anymore. Wasn't Bert gone? Yeah. So whatever the dog's name is.
Oh, no, it's not.
We still gotta feed it. Don't waste it.
Okay, good call. All right.
Not using it anymore.
Well, not Bert, but the new dog. We're paying for feed.
That's whose it is?
It says dog food for Bert, so either they haven't changed that description. We probably need to check on that.
Yeah, that's why I'm not making it yet.
Okay. Sounds good. We'll check on that.
And speaking of farmers, well, every time I look at him.
I thought the same thing.
Farmers, well, sure.
I know, when he walked in, I thought the same thing too.
It don't say anything.
I know, but it just looks like one.
Thank you. I thought
I look like,
he's a company man.
I can't believe yours thinking it's KU shirt.
Well, I thought that too. I'm like, what is going on today? Now you came in, it's all that KU colored blue.
do I need to stand like this the rest of the day?
You know, you need to wear like a cutout see-through patch. Josh, are you up? It's getting late over here.
How's it going?
Yeah.
It's good. Well, I shouldn't take too long. So. Hey, I did want to follow up on the radios. I know we just talked about that for about an hour. I sent you guys an email. I was like, take a look at it. I did just a few minutes ago when they were talking, and you know, one of the other things that I think we should do is talk to other counties and see what they have done.
I agree. That's what I was thinking too, Josh.
I've talked to a couple, and you know, the reviews are not stellar, and there's some things that they would have done differently, and so we need to kind of, you know, buck the system and do something there. So
I agree. I
just-
was told the same thing, that you need to visit some other counties. So.
Yep, so just check with them, and like I said, read that article. I talked to the emergency management director in that article, and, you know, kind of got his take, and he has some opinions. And
So is
things.
my opinion of it like the transition of the TV?
Yeah.
Does it work just that same kind of
I
concept?
mean, to be honest, I put up a lot of radios. I've been on towers. I've
Yeah.
done these 800s when I was at the Red Cross and used them, and they work great. I'm not saying that they don't. But I mean, in this article right here, it's the same company, same Motorola, and TUSA, and their 95% coverage was based on 115 square miles when the county was over 600. And so that 95 coverage didn't really mean a whole lot. And then they went back to the county and said, you gotta put in 2 more towers at $1.5 million a piece to get full 95% coverage over the whole county.
You're gonna have to attach that again, because the two attachments, one was like a bill.
Yeah, click the other one.
Yeah, I need your department update.
Yeah, no, it's in there.
It's in there?
Yep. And then click 800 megahertz, it should be highlighted.
I see it now.
Oh, it's within there.
Yeah,
Okay,
yes.
see,
Yeah, I just forwarded that attachment. And
Okay.
it'll give you the same story that I'm looking at.
Okay, thanks, Josh.
And like I said, I would just, other counties have done this, and they would even have changes, like small things that we could do, mistakes that they made that we could avoid. That's all I'm saying. Let's pull some references and do that before we get going.
Awful lot of money.
Yeah, that's.
Well, before we spend money, it's going to be the right way.
Exactly. So that's just my 2 cents on that. My only other comment on the radio and the towers is really who's maintaining that. You know, that was something that kind of fell to Bob, and is now in my court. You know, to have Cat come out, Foley come out and look at the generators. You know, we just did some labeling in the Radio Shack out there, a tower by the landfill, and, you know, kind of cleaned it up because it was pretty messy. And so, you know, is that like include a brand new Radio Shack and, you know, all that equipment? Who maintains that equipment? I mean, those are just some questions that I have. And I don't think that's questions for Aaron and them on Motorola. I think that's internally, like, whose job does that fall under? That's, you know. So I think we just need to get that
And that's one thing
straightened up.
that I asked her too, or him, including Aaron, I think.
Yeah.
It's gonna be at least $50,000 a year that we're gonna have to stick in a budget every
Yes.
year from here on out.
Yes. And I mean, there's a bill sitting on my desk, and I'm building in a quote from Cat, from Foley to, fix some stuff with that generator already at the tower. And, I don't really think that we need to do it, so it's just sitting there.
Yeah.
But, my question at that point was whose budget does that come out of, where are we getting that money, that type of thing? And if we were to have something seriously wrong with that generator, or the radio shack as a whole, right? It's old, it's an old tin shack, we can't have water getting in it. I know no one's patched the roof, so, it's like, where does that stuff come from? Those are just questions.
Should be a
that
buildings and grounds deal, but he didn't have the budget to cover all that stuff.
And I mean, when I went out there the other day, we were doing some labeling, the, weeds were as tall as I was, and so we just need to, spray it, mow it, those are just questions. Getting Foley in and out of there with their trucks, the weeds were tall, so they weren't thrilled, but, the only, just department update stuff, we talked about the AC units this morning in the department meeting. It's something that we tried and didn't work to cool off those EMS bays. I would like to we bought 2 units. I'd like to keep 1 unit as a backup for the server room AC.
I understand that.
Just in case that AC unit was supposed to go down.
It's the same thing that you've got coming.
Exactly, yep. So I'm gonna keep 1 and then we'll return the other one, and get it, return it back. Malware and phishing, man, we had a lot of, and it kind of started when I was gone, but our malware is up and our phishing emails are up. We've had a couple, Amy just talked to me about some direct deposit changes that were coming as phishing emails, trying to get, account numbers changed for people's paychecks.
And I was trying to tell these guys this morning, I get a ton of stuff that I don't ever know what's real, what's not, so I delete it, and I think, well, then maybe we should be paying attention. So
So we're gonna do some training on that here pretty soon, because we had, that week that I was gone, we had like 35 viruses downloaded, and that's just way too high. That's about double or triple what we normally do in a week, and we're gonna get in trouble if we keep, at that pace.
Okay, so I don't want names or anything, but can you track that down to, is it department heads' computers, or is it employees below those department heads? Are we somehow not getting the message?
Both, all of the above.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about 30 different viruses, so that's at least 20 people. And, we're at 110 right now, so. And the other problem that we're having is like when we do a phishing test, like I've done a couple of those and I've done a couple since, we're tracking about a third higher than any other government, or a third higher than the private sector, and about a quarter higher than any other government institution, like around our same size. And so we're behind, the curve even on clicking these phishing emails and things. And I think part of that is because we've got so many new people. We just talked about that at this point. They haven't been through that training. And then some of it is we're just not paying attention.
Right.
You're getting tired and you're checking emails in the evening and it's just.
Yeah, but like I said, I get a lot of this stuff. I don't have any idea what it is.
Yeah,
I mean, some of it looks pretty
I'm
good.
not getting a lot of that, like what he is.
It's because you're faxing mostly.
Oh, I asked for that one.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you
Josh, move on.
I mean, there's a bunch of different factors that can contribute to that. And again, once they have your information, it doesn't go away. The internet's forever, So just be careful. But we are going to do some training on that. Last thing that I talked about this a couple of weeks ago. I didn't really have anything on the agenda. You guys will have a copy of this. There's a Kansas County's IT event in Topeka, and I'd like to go to it. I got the, I should have had this in the email.
Probably did.
I think you need to, Josh.
So, the total was just, it's estimated total, but it's probably on the high side, $400. That includes registration, gas up there, and then the motel where the conference is at.
Just facts,
Back to the agenda next week.
I also attached the things, I think I highlighted them even in there, of the stuff that I wanted to go to, just because I thought it was kind of relevant. There's gonna be a lot of other counties there. Be nice to kind of network with some of them and figure out, what they're doing on some things, just like the radios, just like, how they're dealing with phishing attempts and malware stuff, what equipment they're using, so I'd like to do a little networking on there. Good?
You got the main budget.
Yes, well, so that specific line item has got like $50 in it, but I got money as a whole to more than cover that.
I think it needs to go good. If you're training everything else, it's pretty worth ready for.
That's just what I'm gonna do. So, and that's all I had.
Something that we need set on really.
Facts going off over here.
No big deal.
Facts going.
I'm just surprised you can have a TV. So shut up.
I'm pretty shocked too, because all the kids just watching.
Yeah, I mean, and we've done the same thing with TV, right? It's a struggle to get Channel 10 sometimes, you know,
And you're that much further
I
north.
know, and it's, I just, you know, I don't know. I would say as well, you know, he talked about fiber connections. Well, they hit a fiber line up in Clearwater, one of their towers, and they went down for a couple hours until they got that fiber line fixed. Because it couldn't make the gap on the radios, so.
Yeah, there's problems there too,
Makes
but
me worried, but, you know, like your water wells, like, they're 900 megahertz.
is that what they are?
Yeah, and they're just above the 800. I mean, that's the way the frequency goes, right?
I don't know.
And so they're a little less like potent. They can't push through between walls and things, but I mean that's not foolproof. And you know, you're going from a tower to a well that's maybe 20 foot off the ground.
Well, our pump house, we don't have a
Pump
well,
house.
we get it, we buy from the city of Anthony.
Yeah.
But it's our
So
pump house.
pump house to tower.
And then from the tower to our house. I can't remember. One of them connects to our house. I think it's pump house to tower,
Yeah.
pump house to house.
Well, I mean, I haven't looked at it, but I bet those are 900. That's, I mean, that's all.
Could
I
be,
can
we
say.
have to get a license.
Yeah. So, I mean, just think about that. It's in a similar, you know, similar vein, but instead the pump house will be moving and driving around the county and, you know, in a building and things.
And it was pretty shitty when we connected that.
That's, I mean.
It works, but
Yeah.
there were some
yeah.
questions.
So, those would be my 2 cents, so.
Okay. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it. When are you leaving for that?
I think it's, next Thursday, Friday. Yeah, next Thursday,
Very good.
so.
Thank you. Appreciate the article too.
Thanks,
Sean.
Have a good day.
Hey, are you gonna get that Zoom set up, finished?
Well, right on time,
Do
Richard.
you want it on here, or do you want it on, what do you want?
Do you want it on the big screen, Richard? The big TV?
I presume so.
Okay.
Well, heck yes.
Well,
What have we got it for?
For your executive.
because they gave us COVID money, Richard, we had to use it. That's why.
Is that 11?
Yes.
That, okay. What do you need that now? So we need an executive session to go into, how long, Richard? Hey, no action taken in that executive session. Darren is making a motion for a 5-minute recess. All in favor?
I was
Be
gonna.
right back. Sorry, excuse us for just a minute.
So, I was in Northern Michigan, and we got to the like, roots. You want to talk about Netherlands? I think you need to keep the mouse over there. You need to keep the mouse over there.
Oh, I kind of like them having control.
They're not controlling it very good.
No, did they not hit recess? No, they didn't. That's okay. It's a busy day. It's a busy day.
You mean, feel reports up in the council, like, how you're doing, you know?
Yeah, it's not real good.
Okay. Who's coming up? Garrett, are you coming up?
Yeah.
Randy.
Yep.
Was Randy doing it too? Okay, I didn't know who all was coming up.
No, you need to sit in the hot seat.
Yeah.
Can I interrupt for just a second?
Yeah.
Did you guys decide anything that I know about it this morning? We have till the 29th to make a decision.
Which is,
What do you think about it?
We didn't think about that yet.
Talking about it, yes.
okay. before we go, we'll try to get you a decision, right? I mean,
Yeah, we'll have
he's
some,
gonna have to make
we'll have
something
something today.
before we go, Mike, okay?
Sounds good.
All right, do you want a chair, Randy?
No, gosh, no, I'm only gonna take a minute, Commissioner.
Okay, all right.
Several years ago, when I was here the first time, I had gone to KDOT to see about getting a sign, at the entrance of the landfill. And they will not put a private company sign in the right of way at all. So I'm wondering if I can get a sign that doesn't have to say Plum Thicket, it can say solid waste disposal facility, whatever, in the right of way, right at the entrance of the landfill where our logo is in. That way I don't have semis running down Murdoch, tearing out Murdoch and trying to come in the back way or whatever.
That's the turn.
We have a lot of third-party contractors come in. Most times they're hauling equipment. I've got a gas project starting next month, and I don't want all the piping companies and everybody to go the wrong damn way. We just got the bridge fixed. We don't want to ruin the new stuff.
If we put that up, does the state have any requirements for us on how we,
Garrett would have the answer
so
to all
does the
that.
state put anything to us to?
No, it's just a guide sign. It doesn't require a resolution or even an engineering study.
So we don't have to pay them for that little sticker every year to, all the little billboards and stuff, you have to put a little sticker on
No,
it?
it's not right away.
Okay.
Yes, it'd be on Northeast 60 Ave, so you turn off right at Red Meeting.
What are your thoughts?
You guys call.
You should,
I'm staying out of it.
why is that?
And if it's not something that, I mean, I'm just asking. If it's something that you guys don't want to do, I don't care.
I think it keeps them off of our Murdoch Road, that's the main reason.
That was, yeah, and the gravel roads, I mean, I've had them all over there.
I think it's always that way, it'd be great.
Just solid waste.
That'd be one thing, wouldn't it?
No?
Yeah, solid waste, whatever.
Well, what do you want it to say?
I need your, so,
Sure. 316?
You want to say something, dude. Solid waste, or
Okay.
what do you want? What should it say?
316-214-9183.
That's all. Solid. What would you want to put on? Solid waste or?
I don't care if it says turn here. You know, I'm just trying to keep out the other road. Yeah, solid waste disposal facility,
That'd be
or,
good.
you know,
I like that.
it doesn't have to do anything to do with the county or even us, doesn't matter.
I think that'd help to not have, no offense, Randy, but I think you want to make that motion, and
Because
you want to state.
everything on Google takes you the wrong damn way,
It's like you said,
and it just,
Repeat that.
solid waste disposal.
Facility.
Facility? Yep.
All right, so Darren's making that motion. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Aye. Motion carries.
that's all I have.
Very good.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Randy. Thank you, Randy. Take care.
Thank you, Randy.
Sir? Have fun.
You too.
Okay, Garrett.
Sure. I'm with Fairbanks Scales. My name's Austin. So we do the servicing at Harper County landfill. There's been a recurring problem with the scale there for at least 5 years. Constantly replacing the same piece because the scales are old, outdated, and it's you're putting a small Band-Aid on a big problem, which in turn costs way more money in the long haul. So when I went out there, probably about a month ago, talking with Garrett about putting in a new scale, simply because you guys are grandfathered in with weights and measures on a couple of things, but right now the way it's operating, you'd be shut down real quick. Mainly because vehicles that go through that scale are not completely on the scale, so you're weighing incorrectly. They're in turn having to just say, well, we can't guesstimate your weight. That's also a big no-no in the eyes of Kansas, so charge you $10 and let you dump. Even doing that is still, Kansas weights and measures, not correct. Not to mention, you guys don't have a remote display, which is part of what you're grandfathered in with. But drivers nowadays, Kansas updated their laws a few years back where they have to be able to see their weight on the screen. And as far as these damages go, you guys are open 1 day a week on Wednesdays.
Soon to be changing that, obviously, with appointments and stuff, but when that scale goes down, doesn't matter if it's a load cell cable, piece of the analog and the instrument that runs it, your register is shut down, the cash register is non-functional. So the new scale that we make, with our technology in it, actually enables you to keep that scale open if you lose a load cell. You do this thing called ghosting it. Weighs you correctly, keeps you in compliance with Kansas, and enables you to stay open and not shut down completely. So that's what Garrett and I were talking about, is putting in a new scale that's above ground, keeps you out of this, what we call a shallow pit for that scale. Where we're at, we get a lot of rain sometimes, and everything slides down in there, you lose wiring, you have too much stuff build up under there, and it, again, causes problems with your scale weighing, and in turn, gives you the wrong numbers that you need to charge a customer, so. That's what,
How far off is it?
Well, right now, we couldn't tell because your analog box went down inside the scale, so it's reading 0 because it's not operational. I think in previous reports, it was off by 500 pounds. We have to go in and recalibrate everything, which is a part of your guys' maintenance agreement we have. But the more problems you see with those load cells going bad or the analog part going bad, the longer you're shut down. And on average, it looks like you guys are shut down at about 1 month at a time. So that's a lot of money going down the drain by not being open. So
your agreements, but you'll fix it, right? Your agreement with us is to your maintenance on it.
we do maintenance on it, yep, and that maintenance covers small fixes, but you guys still have to pay, for these analog parts, for instance. Those are $1,300 every time that goes bad. In the last 5 years, you replaced that analog box 5 times. So, you're putting a Band-Aid on it and having it come back and do the same thing.
So what's your proposal then?
So what we have been putting together is a proposal to get you guys a brand new scale. Basically what we'll do is we'll go in, we'll take out the old scale, put in a new one with a concrete deck, so that alone gets you guys about 30 years lifespan with the deck. The one you guys have currently is a steel deck.
And it's how old, it's the original, or what?
It's probably over 9.
It's probably a 30-year-old scale. So by putting in what we call a digital scale, you have...
So you can pull up there like at a co-op and read weights?
Correct. And by doing that, you're able to stay open without having to shut down because you lose a load cell. We're actually able to diagnose it 9 times out of 10 over the phone, which again saves a very costly trip down here if it's not near your maintenance agreement date.
So in the last 5 years, it's cost us?
About $13,000 just for bare maintenance. Not to mention what you're losing being shut down on a month-to-month basis, or giving away product because the scale can't wait properly.
It's like just this year, it's already been that twice for a month each time. We just got it turned back on last week. It cost about $3,000 for the return. But during that whole time, you have people like Landwehr coming in with $300 for shingles. But I have to charge them minimum of $10.
Which even then puts you out of compliance with the state because you're selling off the weight, and even though they haven't made a trip down there, it takes one upset customer to think they're getting cheated, which they're on the receiving end.
Right.
But we all know how people get. It takes one upset person to make a call, and once you're on the state's radar, then
So a lot of those local businesses and contractors prefer going to the county landfill because they just dump it directly from the trailer onto the ground. If they want the plumb ticket, they have to transfer it to a 30-yard dumpster, which is 7 feet tall. And most people don't want to transfer 10,000 pounds of shingles from a trailer because they are not allowed in the CD cell up there, from a liability standpoint. So they prefer going to the county.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's not true. People can go up and down.
That's how Randy was explaining it to me.
Never heard it like that. They have certain lanes that people can go up and
He said all,
dump their trash.
he said beyond like Zimmerman and White and Tranton and MBI, everybody else has to transfer to a dumpster up by the scale house.
It wasn't like that when I was out there.
He told me that last week.
That's what I was looking for. You should have added that little sticky note under it. There's always that one page.
Yeah. The report page.
How many more years are landfills gonna be operational? If the pace we're going,
Fire's estimated about 45 years.
45?
Yeah.
Well, how long? Would you say?
45 years. So Mike estimated, since we don't really do industrial anymore, the CD will eventually merge into the industrial side.
Mike, what's your feeling on it?
I don't know, I'm afraid if we close it down, we're gonna lose the pump ticket money, I don't know how that works. That's what I'm concerned with.
We'll lose plum thicket money.
I don't know, I don't.
Should, I don't see why we would. But I don't know that
They're paying
documents
us for
that now,
tonnage.
so.
They're paying for tonnage.
Yeah, lose that.
But one time we talked about mothballing the facility out there and just, it's not a mothball deal, it's a, you shut it down or you leave it open. You don't just put it on pause for a little bit, you can't do that. Apparently.
So the thing with shutting it down is you shut it down to everybody, our bridge crew's not allowed to dump out there. So
Yeah.
they would have to pay for the
And
plumb.
getting it started back up is gonna be
Right.
not a fun situation.
I think my main thing is the public's not in favor of shutting it down. From what I've heard, I don't know about you guys.
Well, but it's one of those things too, you look at, Jeff, we've got a landfill in the county already.
I know.
And if we could put that on hold for long enough that when that landfill goes away, and I'm talking like 50 years from now, you and I are not gonna be in the picture, but I'm thinking about saving that for the future when there's a facility that we can dump in there. That's what our thoughts were then, is if we could potentially hold ours off for 20, 30 years and then have that something that, I don't know, that works quite that easy, you know? That was our original thought process.
What is the cost of the new scale?
67,000.
That's just for equipment, yeah. If you guys, which, you know, again, the whole point would be with the new scale, you wanna bring it above ground. Pit scale just cause you a world of problems in the long haul. You know, there is foundation work involved. You're adding 30 feet to the scale that you guys have, just to keep you in compliance. So.
Because we've got to make changes, we have to be under what the state's new guidelines are.
Correct. You're basically putting in a new scale, which means you're no longer grandfathered in. So you need 10-foot level approaches, you need a 25-foot ramp on each end. From all the scales that we've put in, you're ballparking about $40,000 worth of concrete work. So you're putting in about $100,000 worth of new equipment. But that comes with, you know, you get a 25-year load cell warranty, which is part of your problem you have now. You get 5-year weighbridge warranty, which, as of the last report, your foundation, your structural scale is having some problems now and needing repair. So then you get a 2-year overall product warranty as well. So you know, your warranties are what would save you on the maintenance side of things already, just right there. And the only time you really have the sad face is when you cut the check the first time. Everybody wants to pay $5,000 here and there until they see the total bill at the end of, you know, each year and think, wow. So.
I think we need to see a plan B and a plan C instead of this being our only fix. There's got to be some other fixes to it that we can go with it. Because that kind of money is going to be tough to find right now, I feel like. On top of
Is this ours for the keeping?
Yeah, absolutely. That has that I have my card in as well. So I'm happy to just talk to you guys as well about.
Yeah, unless you want to look at.
Shonda, where'd that money come from? No, I mean, if we was thinking here. If it was going up.
These are the highlights from the host agreement with Plum Ticket.
Well, and if we're finished with him, we're gonna need time, it ain't gonna happen today.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not expecting it to happen today. No, that's all good.
Okay, well, if he's finished, he can go. Is this just for?
Oh, this is talking about the money to pay for.
Okay.
Okay, all right, so.
If you don't want me here, I think.
You're fine right there.
Unless, are you paying taxes? We want you to stay here.
I'm a Lee Summit guy, so I'm a little bit out of the jurisdiction.
All right, Lee Summit, Missouri.
Really?
Yeah.
You
That's
dry?
how much I like you guys. I drove all the way here this
Is it
morning.
dry there?
No, it was, well, it has been,
Yeah.
but not today.
You get that Joshua Manning to commit to K-State.
Let's move on, we gotta go.
No, that's important.
Yeah, it is. All right, Garrett, what do you have?
Okay, these are basically the highlights of the host agreement. I don't know if you've ever looked at it before. Basically, back in 2001, 2002, it was Burkholder, Sharp, and Williams as commissioners. This is a host agreement they drafted back then, and they approved it. And eventually, in 2006, is when Plum Ticket opened operations. They stated in the host agreement that the county will designate a representative to do inspections for Plum Ticket. They don't specify a time interval for that, so it's completely subjective. But to cover the cost for that, they agreed to give us, at the time, $150,000 annually.
And it goes up.
I think it goes up per year. Last I heard that, it was up to $231,000.
The CPI, they adjust with that every year.
I was just curious where that money goes.
It helps pay salaries. It's already spent, if that's what you're getting at, Garrett. It's not going to just sit there and pay for a scale.
I don't know if it was directly earmarked for Public Works, since they manage the Harper County landfill, and they're the ones doing the inspections for Plum Ticket.
Mike was supposed to be doing some of that, and then we had Kurt Loxton hired, and Kurt was helping do some of that inspection type stuff for us. It's probably fallen through the cracks now that both of those guys are gone.
So I started doing it after Tyson retired. But to cover all the costs involved in that, it's supposed to come out of this post agreement. And to the extent that Kurt was wanting to do it, it's a little excessive. He was expecting it once a week, which is completely overkill.
Yeah, but if I was Jeff Naders up there, I think I'd want as much as we possibly could.
Based on what I've seen up there, they had 10 workers out there every single day picking up trash along the county roads. So, and they switched out all their trailers. You don't see it on state highways anymore. And even if it is, they have 10 workers out there.
They're doing a lot better.
I'm up along there all the time. I've never seen them picking up trash in the last,
So I just saw them Friday picking up trash.
last year or two.
They were up there last week.
Yeah, myself and Mike.
But the nice thing is they don't have to pick up on the
That's
highway
true.
because they got the
Steel trucks.
sealed trucks, and that's a big plus in my part of the world.
So also, we're supposed to be taking care of their right of way on the preferred route, which is you turn off at Runnymede on K2, go north on a mile north on Northeast 60 Ave, and turn left and go a mile and a half on 150 road. It's 2.5 miles total. So since they paved the road, they're responsible for the road service, but we're responsible for the ditch and signs and the mowing and everything. And that's not getting done at the moment.
It is now.
It is now.
What, the mowing?
All the right of way maintenance.
Well, it is getting better. It wasn't mowed the last time I went down.
It's been a while, but
According to Randy,
I talked
most
to
of the
Randy
farmers
last
are
week.
doing it.
He will be mowing that, keeping it up. Now that I know.
So it shouldn't be the farmer's responsibility, it should be ours, and that's what the agreement says.
I'm not mowing ditches. It's just the way it is.
So they have all the signs along there not in compliance with state or federal laws, so those need to be upgraded.
So what changes on the signs need to happen, Gary?
Back in 2012, they changed like reflectivity requirements. Basically, the way they are now, you can't see them in low light conditions or even certain daytime conditions.
So are you working on that then, to change those?
If I get the funds, there's a lot of culverts through there. That's mainly what it is. It's marking on the culverts. Type
So you don't have those signs to do that?
No.
Any questions?
Yeah,
You?
have to think on that scale a little bit.
What do you think a long-term plan for the county with appointment only or shut it down to the public?
Right now, it's appointment only.
Right. But if the scale continues to be an issue, I say you could shut it down to the public. I don't think that would be happening. But as far as shutting it down completely, I would not do that. It'd be basically what Vice came up with, be about quarter million, give or take, to shut it down. Then, like I said, the bridge crew would not be allowed to do it. And that'd get expensive really quickly, going to one thing.
And right now, we're gonna leave it at 1 million, what is legal,
And I think for the foreseeable future, it's gonna stay that way too. I mean, with staffing and stuff, I don't know that we'll have enough people to maintain that open all the time like it used to be. And to me, that doesn't make sense to leave it open all the time.
It doesn't need to be open. We're seasonal.
Right. I agree,
So,
I agree with that.
winter, complete waste of time.
Yeah.
This time of year, you got a lot of roofers coming in, so this is our business.
In my mind, Derek, I need to start weighing the idea of spending this amount of money right now to get the scales up to date versus what that thing actually brings in and where the benefit is for that expense. And, you know, we're having a tough time on this next year's budget trying to figure out fuel and all that stuff to keep us going. So we're gonna go up already for maintenance and fuel and that type of stuff. I just think we're gonna struggle to find the money to make that work. So at that point, then we're gonna have to really have some serious discussions of how important is the landfill to us at this moment,
But
10 years from
but our
now.
contract keeps it, he keeps fixing it, just costs us money every month to do it, right? And you're saying 5,000 or every 2 or 3 months?
Yeah, so you're still spending money on it.
Right, yeah. But that's the first I've heard of that. Did you know anything about that before?
But even
Did you?
if we spent 10,000 a month, that gets us a lot of years to run it done.
Yep. Yep.
Are you saying spending the 10,000 a month gets you a longer lasting scale?
No, it probably won't be no longer.
That's what I
But it's the cheaper fix, is what it is.
It keeps it
In
going.
the first part,
In the long run, yeah.
in the long run,
You're paying for a new scale.
that's the thing, in the long run, you're better off buying a new scale than 10,000 a month in repairs. There's 12 months a year, even if you're not open all 12 months, I mean,
I don't think we're spending 10,000 a month, are we?
no, you're not. But, you know, if you're weighing the cost of having it open, and if you're not getting accurate costs as it is because you're having to just say $10, what does your book say versus what's actually being brought in, you know? And you can't get an actual number if you don't have a correctly operating scale.
It just seems like every time it storms, that scale will go down. Instead of lightning strikes within 5 miles, it seems like it goes down. We're just saying nothing.
But when you fix it though, it's scaling right there, right? When you do the work on it?
Yeah, we have to, otherwise if we fail it, you guys are shut down. Which, I mean, it's, as of the last test report, you're there. So the other part that we talked about is whatever company installed that scale originally didn't properly ground your scale. So anytime there's a lightning strike within X number of miles, you're having problems with your scale now because it wasn't properly grounded, and that's not something that we can now just do.
Magically fix.
So again, if you're appointment only, and people call for an appointment, and then you have to say, not only now do we cut back hours because it's appointment only, well, we can't take you because our scale's broke. So now, SOL.
We just need to give them a $10 minimum, this is kind of
And again, that's not, at the end of the day, it takes one person to get upset. So.
John, do you know what our revenue was off of this landfill last year?
Like 14,000 or something. Between 10 and 20 something there. If I remember right. Maybe less than that. Do you remember, Mike?
I wouldn't know.
John will know shortly.
Not enough to pay for scale.
Well, I mean, I see his part, but I also see our part is, let's say it costs us $10,000 a year or whatever, we might be able to budget for that. I don't know where you're gonna budget for $100,000.
Take the 10-year budget, put it up front, save yourself the hassle in 20 years. And again, my biggest concern for you guys, again, we can keep making the repairs, that's fine, I get it. Everybody likes to cut a check for $1,200 versus $100,000. The second the state comes, you're doomed. So, that's just the biggest concern, is the state will put the axe on you in a heartbeat, with no remorse.
Oh, yeah.
I know you guys know that, believe me, I know everybody gets it, that's our thing. We can only do so much to keep you guys in operation, but the second they see a truck that's only got the trailer on there, there's the axe. Second they hear $10 for a load because you can't get an accurate weight.
If the grain cup is too big, we can make them bring us more truck.
I think what he's talking about is the contractors. So the contractors have one with an F-150 and their trailer full of shingles. That whole thing has to run scale, not just part of it and a little bit of this. Whole thing is.
Mike, and this is before you retired, I think, but do you remember anything about the landfill way back when?
I never.
Were you guys ever in part of those discussions?
No.
It seemed like when the scales quit before, did we use the co-op scales somehow? Because this is not new. They've quit working and we've kept them going, but it seemed like co-op allowed us to run loads over there. I can't remember. I'd have to go back and ask part of the ladies if they remember that discussion, or maybe Linda might remember that, but I'll have to make some calls.
I think the town will appreciate it.
No, but when it quit working, we had to have something, and that's what we did.
Anyway.
Okay, well, we'll have to think about it and talk about it, guys, so we're not close to even anywhere remotely close to making a decision on that, so. Anyway, and we're probably gonna have to ask for more than one fix to that. We're gonna have to see what our other options could be.
And when it comes, and again, I'm sure if this is the way you go and you choose to move forward with getting a new scale, it'll have to go out for bid.
Oh, yeah.
We all know how that
Oh,
works.
yeah, no, we can't just pick yours and go.
Right, 100% agree. I would like to offer my assistance in putting that bid together because I've seen it so many times. I mean, we all know it's the dollar talks. But what happens is that dollar talks and then you're still paying more and more in change orders. So just, if there's anything I can do to help when it comes to making sure you guys get what you actually need to last, my card is in that folder. Don't hesitate to ask.
Well, while I appreciate that, I still also look at the fact that we probably couldn't hire you to help us put that bid together. I think that may look a little shady.
No.
Well, here's the guy from Fairbanks, he's helping us put this bid process together.
No, I get it. It's more of the whole aspect of like what's required by the state with scales.
Sure.
Because they,
Did the state have information out there somewhere that would help us with that?
you can read the weights and measures thing. Yeah, it's just, it's an interesting read, I guess, sure into that.
Sure. All right, well, I appreciate it.
Just like I said, I understand that. I just wanted to let you guys know if there's questions or anything, I'm happy to help.
All right, very good. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate your time.
Absolutely.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys, thank
You
you.
know, Derek Cox? Works for Fairbanks.
Well, different.
He was, there's Fairbanks scales and there's Fairbanks and they're like equipment.
That's the chemical in the GPS. Sprayer.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. I know, wait, you're not sure they're the same company.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely, thank you guys.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
Yep, no problem.
Sean, are you up?
Oh, maybe.
She's looking for,
My computer got frozen, so I'm restarting it, so if you just come back.
you're gonna have to have that computer worked on where we have meetings. It's gonna at least,
Where you go this deal.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. His looks my fault like that, right? He showed it.
I know this really
Shit,
isn't kind of just the same thing, but, on your guys' thoughts of like shutting all that down and whatnot, I don't think it does allow residents to go up.
Yeah, it's cheap. It's super cheap.
It's $1 a ton. The construction is like $35, well, I think they might have upped it a little bit. But when Garrett says that people cannot go up and dump or MBI trucks, he is incorrect.
Wow.
My husband goes out there once a week
Yeah.
with the belts and stuff and dumps and.
And Bailey, so you know too, that's the discussion we had when we sold the landfill down out here. It was to save it. You know, we didn't have the money to keep operating and we decided that we have another landfill. So instead of continuing to budget that kind of money for our landfill, we knew it was slowing down as far as what we were taking in.
Yep.
And so there's several reasons there.
Yeah.
Save money, save the landfill for down the road.
I think that's really smart, really smart.
Okay.
I just wanted you guys to know though that Garrett is.
Talking about the landfill, I've been hit up 2 or 3 times about the recycling. I know we were losing money at that, right?
Yeah, it was costing us way too much money. It was getting tough to find, if I remember right, tough to find places to go with our stuff. Nobody was buying it anymore. I mean, it didn't make sense. It was one of those savings deals. You know, we were hit with some pretty major budget reductions. I mean, huge. The first year that our valuation started dropping so fast, it was $1 million. We had to find $1 million to cut out of that budget or raise the money. And we just decided we were gonna take it out and take it across. We took 15% for every department across the board. That was the fairest way to do it. And then we took it from
Here
extension.
you go
we took it
again,
from-
at the end of the day, if we had to do the scale deal, not necessarily the same with them, but you could use the ARPA money or that state money that Shelley was talking about.
Well, I don't think ARPA money would cover that. That's gotta be.
What about the Shelley money that she was talking about?
I don't know if it would cover that. I don't know. That's more infrastructure. I don't know. I don't know, Jeff, on that. I know ARPA money wouldn't cover it.
Right.
That's okay. Unless we can say we're dumping like hypodermic needles or something. I don't know. Connected to medical or emergency relief or something.
money's getting hit pretty hard anyway.
Yeah, I know.
So it was 18,195
There you go.
For last year.
last year, yeah, we're at 9,000 this year.
Can you tell us how much we spent on it last year?
Oh, more than that, because that loader.
I ain't worried about the loaner. I mean, is there expenses for the landfill?
Well, the loader would be part of your expenses,
Right, because it just stays right in there.
The loader would stay.
Yeah, I just worry about how much how many times they came out.
Oh, the scale company, yeah.
Do we budget for that? I don't remember ever having that discussion. I knew one time, probably 5 or 6 years ago, that scales were problems, and that's the last I heard of scales being a problem.
And what did it cost to get that tire shredder going?
It wasn't that bad though. They would haul the motor themselves. Where's our Amy?
I messaged her.
She's looking for Pepsi probably.
I'm getting braces today too. Look at that.
No,
Casey sent me a picture. She said she doesn't love this.
No.
See that from back there, man? It's the thing that goes across the.
I don't even want to look, I hate
Both of
this.
my kids have that, it's really not that bad.
You see it, Shauna?
Oh, yep, we've done that too.
Supposedly every night she's got a crank in there.
Yep.
Yes, Levi actually has like, it looks like he's got a chew-in, but he's got these 2 bars that poke out right here that make his jaw go forward. He's had 3 different appliances
So the spread his upper jaw, upper jaw, move his bottom jaw forward. This is his second appliance to move the jaw even more forward.
You know, this is my third kid in braces. We didn't have braces as kids. I wonder if you just let them go, if it'll all balance out.
Depending on their wisdom teeth, probably.
Well, we did it for the first two, and then when my daughter's turn, I'm like,
Expenses for everything was, for the year was 68,000.
The expenses were 68, does that count the labor and everything?
Yeah.
$50,000 loss?
that's where we were at when we started making decisions. I know everybody wants it right up there, but we couldn't. It just didn't make sense.
That's counting the labor and probably the equipment to fix to keep it going, the loader.
Well, he did bring up kind of a good point. Think of all the fuel we'd be burning for the road and bridge and whatnot, and one first, one second.
How much is the county hall up there, would you guess?
How much does?
How much would the county, well, I guess you wouldn't know.
They're
Is
in and
it-
out of there all the time for shale, so I mean,
There'd be,
I don't know.
Jeez.
And it's
but you ain't gonna lay on it.
Is he looking for Pepsi?
I put water in the machine.
Yeah, I tried to get.
I wasn't being mean,
There's some there now too.
I wasn't being mean, I just
No,
didn't.
I know. I've got to get to the store and we're out of everything.
So we need to put somebody else in that position?
Yes.
It
How
was
did you
off.
end up there? You just volunteered to jump in there?
Not me.
I was out and
So who do we need to find to get the volunteer?
somebody says to do it.
Hmm?
If you want it stocked, I will probably let you do it.
I hope then.
Yeah, it's not
I
bad
know.
to do, it's just, I don't use it. I don't think about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't
I
either.
drink water and coffee and I don't think about it until somebody needs something, and by that time it's like empty.
Is there,
So I gotta go Larry's.
do we need to find somebody to volunteer, like?
Why couldn't like Gina or Stacy do it?
It's down to Facebook.
I feel like that's asking more than,
No.
Really?
right now, I think that'd be a bad idea.
Okay.
Yep.
I guess you're still the one.
That's a whole nother conversation.
All right, I have things. We have a couple of longevities. Road and bridge transfer, this gentleman keeps going back and forth between bridge crew and public works. His rate didn't change though, so.
What you're talking about this morning?
Yes, this is what we're talking about this morning. I am gonna have to transfer some money though. Because the special bridge, budget is not the same as public works budget. Longevity and health department. Longevity and special bridge.
Are we supposed to sign this?
Yes, please. Longevity in the clerk's office.
Yay.
7/18?
25. We have 2 new hires. Our custodian started today. I'm hoping our appraiser's office staff will start tomorrow.
Is this it?
Longevity. Are you related to that one? We talked about that.
Never.
I don't know how you couldn't be.
Probably somewhere a long way down the line.
But you would.
I'll just let you guys read ours.
Are you gonna deny it to her? You're gonna say you can't have it?
Well, this one?
I will cry.
Okay, well, hang on over then. Let's pass it.
You were planning on it?
Listen, I already got bad news from the bank this morning, so don't lay any more on top of me.
For a house?
Yeah, another, the.
So, you got, who's gonna sign this one?
Let's check
Figure
that
it
out.
out. Oh, yeah.
Grab all the facts going on over here. Give me the facts.
So we got new people, that's good.
We're rocking.
That's good. That's a good thing. Did you see that one yet?
That's what I'm right this morning.
No, I mean the paper.
I haven't seen the paper, but I know who was talking about. I think it's a great thing.
Pretty good.
That's really all I had for open session. I do have about 15 minutes of executive session to talk
We'll
to you
make it
about.
20.
I try.
Or
For the record.
30. Well, I'm not getting that fixed in.
Darren made the motion to go in executive session, subject to be discussed will be personnel matters, I assume?
Yes.
Justification for closing the meeting is to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel. Open meeting, we're resuming this room at, which is,
It's gonna be 12:50, about 12:35.
I'm gonna do 12:35. All in favor? Aye.
Because we hit the one with Richard around that, so 3 minutes.
Pretty good, but we're almost short.
If you don't want Mexican food, seriously, somebody let me know, I'll have somebody go
I'm
pick
good.
it up.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Probably 10 at least, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm about done.
I guess I need.
Bailey?
Well, we need to
Ray's
do
telling me
that.
what to do.
Anna?
Ray Griggs.
Oh.
I don't care. I don't care.
Oh,
We're gonna
Sorry.
stand for at least 10 of them.
Darren's extended for 10, all in favor?
Aye.
They mess around, we get nothing done.
I'll extend for another 5 minutes. All in favor?
Aye. We're hurrying. We got a lot to discuss. You better. These guys are long.
sure. Blame it on them.
No action taken.
You shut the door.
It's all shut. I'm used to shutting it all the time.
I'll let you take us up there.
Are we finished? We can go home, right?
How long are you gonna be?
Huh?
How long are you gonna be?
3 or 4 hours.
Yeah.
I can load up the machine, so you got.
Did you want to go over that part first?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. What, Amy?
Benefits, when you get started on your salary.
Yeah.
Any 5 minute recess?
All in favor?
If like something, you'll get to eat.
That Mountain Dew went right through you.
Okay.
Unaffiliated or more libertarians than we did, we would have had ballots for each of them too.
I was
But,
just trying to figure out.
So where do I vote tomorrow?
Motion to reconvene?
For the
All in
one
favor?
you can vote in our office.
I mean, so like in Harper,
Oh,
senior citizens? Or
No, right now we're only doing early voting here.
Uh,
The general election will be the senior citizen.
right.
Well, then your primary will be at the regular voting.
Yeah, sorry, oh, that day, I thought you meant like right now.
So if you've already voted, you're not gonna vote?
No, you can't go vote on August 2nd.
But you can vote in the primary and then in the general election.
Yes, you can vote on both of those days.
Okay, I guess what I was saying is, in my side of the world, everything could have been voted on in the general election.
Yeah, I don't know.
Possibly.
Because
You don't have any.
there's nobody running, there's nobody. That's what I was trying to figure out. Trying to figure out why.
But the amendment though, that's what I don't get. Why is it on the primary and
That's the other thing. I mean, what are you gonna put?
I will ask Hannah. I'll get back
You
to
tell Hannah she needs to stop by and see us with their.
Here, I thought she just did message to see if we were about done.
Shawnee, you done? Let's go. I got weeds to kill.
I do know that, I don't have to be here for this part, she is deputized.
Okay.
So,
Hey.
as long as you guys let me know when you guys are done, since technically I don't do like minutes on
Okay.
Yeah.
this. So,
will you give me a copy of her deputy paperwork, put in the file?
oh,
We're starting at Shawnee.
I'm so sorry, that's okay.
Darren has lots of questions.
About the election.
Hannah, I got a question on this is a primary election, right? So when I went and voted, why was I voting? Because there's nobody that was running against anybody. And the amendment deal was on there for the yes or no vote?
Is the amendment on the primary and the general?
I know it's on the primary.
But so I gotta go vote, I gotta go re-vote again with all the same thing, so what I do the primary for then?
Because you decided to vote.
Well, I thought there was reason, I mean, that's,
There's only one contested race and that's Brian.
that's what I was saying, I mean, really, I'm gonna do the same thing again.
So in the general, because right now, there's Democrat ballots, there's Republican
Yeah.
ballots. If you're unaffiliated, you can stay unaffiliated and just get a nonpartisan ballot, which just has a question on it. So all of that, whoever wins in these elections will be on the same ballot. Like, this is party specific, general won't be.
There
Okay,
you go. I did not.
I was just trying to figure out where.
All right, Shonda.
And that's all I know.
Thank
Y'all
you.
have fun. If you need anything, let us know.
Thank you, Betty.
I saved it somewhere, so we can.
Where we starting?
Yeah, they were supposed to. It's under deputy.
It's
stuff with employee benefits stuff.
Huh?
So Amy doesn't have to stay here.
Employee benefits,
If you don't mind, that way I can figure out when we can schedule our own meetings.
and you're gonna talk to Mike, though, right, about the people we talked about earlier? See what they say about that.
It's in the back, it's like folded up and.
It's a big thick one, isn't it?
Yeah.
This one, staff?
There's two. Do you want to pay for the
Is it
insurance? Or did you already do
I
that?
did that a little bit, if they have questions, I can answer.
Okay.
You can come up here too, and just.
Yeah.
Do you want me to? I can do that.
Not really, but it's.
Is this,
The
if you
big,
look in the back,
This one?
that's for insurance.
Whew, those are spicy.
And I'll be with, I like.
okay. Did we look at this one first?
Oh, that's the employee expense.
Right now, I'm not burning this. My thoughts are leaning towards the county absorbing that cost.
So I was doing,
Because it's, how much do we decide for each employee that was gonna roughly be?
If the county absorbs it, it's not gonna change the employee at all.
no, I mean, how much, the county's gonna cost, that's what I want.
It will.
Like $12,000, if I remember that sheet right.
The entire increase, no change to employees' contributions. It's gonna affect us about 12,500 more than we already are paying.
Where is that?
On this
She
one,
handed it out. There it is, it's on this other one.
yeah,
Where?
proposed, no change to the
Yeah.
from this one.
She made it big.
Yep, if you look down there, you'll see the total amount, what we're budgeted for.
$12,427.40.
Yep, that's how much more would be out of the county's pocket than if nothing.
How many employees we have?
130.
We've got 109 right now, but only like 85 are on, well,
Not bad.
yeah, we've only got 82 on the insurance.
You know, when I started, we had like
82?
35
I
employees.
believe.
82?
Yeah, 82 on insurance.
And we haven't fired a single soul.
$151 a person. That's what we,
A year.
for next year.
My initial thought was, you know, I said, well, it's just so much dollars a month per employee, and I thought, well, if you're saying that, then it's only so much dollars a month for the county to eat.
Yeah.
I don't want to raise your,
Mhm.
I don't want to raise your insurance.
Well, if you're not gonna raise salaries, you gotta do something. So that's my initial thought, salaries are gonna be tough too. Yeah, well,
I don't know.
By
I think we're pretty good where we're at.
That's 200.
What do you think? What do you think?
Well, I think it's a no-brainer to go with Blue Cross. I don't think it makes sense to shop with our nice renewal. I don't know, I would recommend we don't change the employee. Last year we increased them.
Let's see. And then,
How much last year?
We increased it last year. We had the employee absorbed the increase last year. It was only like 1.25%, I think. It wasn't bad.
how many hours do we have here?
28.
So then it didn't amount to much.
No, it wasn't
That's-
much. And they hadn't had an increase in years.
7 cents an hour.
Well,
When you figure it that way, it's not that big of a deal.
I don't know, like, how's this compare to like the co-op? I know they got good insurance,
Not
but
as good as ours. And I haven't looked lately, but I just know from people coming in, new hires looking at our plan compared to others, we're still
yeah.
have a nice plan.
So, if you take that, so, okay, let's say we absorb that, and then, there's 18 employees. $151, we gotta get some goods here.
151 a year.
18 employees, so that averages 90 cents a person. So, what are you thinking on, thank you, on salaries? Well, I tell you, it's gonna be a,
Amy, how do we take care of salaries? CPI is what?
I don't know. I haven't even looked at that. I would just give you a most of the counties that I have seen on my list are doing increases, but I don't know where money's coming from. They're different counties.
I'm thinking we need another.
You what?
I figure when you look at where we're at when we get to this part of it, 'cause, I mean, where we're at with the rest of the budget,
I don't think we have enough information to do salaries yet.
'cause I don't know where we're at with, I mean, with all the stuff they've handed in, where we at with. I know we're not.
Did you do a worksheet for us on what it was showing, like everything was turned into the way it was?
No, I did not do that.
Okay.
That's why I asked her the other day, I mean,
Yeah.
'cause that's,
How many meals would we be out if we did that?
Okay. I can do
Yeah.
that.
Does that take time? Quite a bit of time?
Well, I can probably have Justice do it.
real quick, that'd be great. Whatever number they put in, how many meals we have to go up and meet that number. So at that point, we get the water number of meals we have, and that's what we have. And I'm personally okay with not charging the employee anything for health insurance. I'm okay with that. But on top of that, that 7 cents, on top of that, we're gonna do something else on top of that, be the question I have. Hourly for wages.
But I think we need more information for what we're
Oh,
doing.
yeah.
How do you base your,
I ain't gonna do that number.
so I don't know if, is there somewhere out there you can go to find, like in our territory, not the whole country, but in our territory, how much that cost of living has gone up? Is there somewhere you find that, or I don't know, I mean,
It did go up.
yeah, but how much?
What percentage?
And I don't, how can you, is it possible to narrow that down to a specific region? Because things I've read is like Kansas didn't, our cost of living hasn't gone up as much as other states. Have you seen that anywhere? That's one thing I did read, is the cost of living did not grow in Kansas like it did everywhere else.
I'll see what I can find. As far as that goes.
And so that would help us be able to base our ideas on actual numbers,
And salaries.
you know?
Or are you waiting on benefits as well?
I think benefits, I think, you didn't said much yet.
I'm kind of there. I don't wanna raise I don't wanna charge the employees anymore on the premiums.
Well, especially if it comes to a point where we got a hard time finding money for any kind of decent raise, I sure don't want to hit them with this plus a raise.
On top of that.
I mean, I know we're gonna have to do one or the
So
other.
can she lock this in and we're gonna deal with that $12,000 increase? That will allow her to start with.
Well, that would give us something to start. I mean, where we're at with money, right? I think we'll try to lock in with that number.
Well, I keep bringing it up, but how are we gonna know, or when are we gonna know what Shelley was talking about? How much, like, our county might get from that state deal, $3 billion or whatever?
Well, that's not even, that won't have anything to do with this.
We don't know that.
Josh Vogel,
That probably speaks for
paperwork
it.
from him.
Yeah, it's infrastructure or broadband
Well, I
or.
knew it would help with that, but it won't help with stuff like this.
It won't go towards this at all.
You're growing around, this is all tax based. So that number would be, am I looking at this right? But we was lower on our budget anyway, weren't we? 'Cause you said the budget was 1.4.
Yeah, we've come in under budget. We always have that one though, just in case. And though, the part of the reason why we've always had it is because our plan year used to go from April 1st. Yeah,
That's
so.
when we came in, was.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we had
We
just
didn't
switched
know.
it to October, so now you're gonna know for 9 months out of the year what you're looking at. So if there is a big increase, like a 20% increase, it's only gonna be for the last 3 months of the year instead of the whole thing, which will be, that was the whole reason we made the change to October. So you probably could, if you wanted to, reduce your benefits budget.
But, okay, this is where I'm at. If we left the budget at 1.4, we should be easy. If we didn't change the budget, if we left it last year, we should still be sitting where we're at.
You're still coming in at almost 400,000 in the budget. If we eat the.
And that's, I have no problem with that right now, with us eating that increase. That's an easy one. The rest of that, we have to have that other sheet to be able to look at.
But so, essentially, we didn't have to change our budget to 1.4, we leave it and see where 300 and that, so it's only gonna be, $75,000 we should have left in there for problems for the last 3 months.
You'll still have 390. It's just 12,000 less than you have currently.
Okay, so, I mean,
That's a pretty easy decision for her.
yeah, that's where I'm staying with that. That's where I'm
You have to do that, but I think we can give her that without having too much more information.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
I will go ahead and get open enrollment meeting started, and I will have it for you next week to, in open session after we.
Sounds good. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you so much. It's
Okay.
easy.
I think that's a good deal.
It's easy when it's not an increase.
I know. Well, you should be good for a while. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, which page would you like us to go to?
Wherever you wanna go with it, I don't have my binders, or you just tell me where you wanna go.
So we're done with this page, these papers.
Yep.
Which will start the first one. Let me send it. See what I would do.
Where you starting?
push one. Why not? Slip through the book. State budget form, buildings and grounds. 911 tax.
That's pretty easy too. Didn't she not ask for anything in that, or did she?
A little bit. She went up, she changed it with equipment training. Yeah, just don't want that for some reason. So she had some training that she wanted to do, new hard training to get current staff. We didn't have, do you have a paper, how much they used on that? Did we ask for that? No. You gave us one somewhere.
Yeah, keep flipping.
Okay, here we go. So training. That's it.
Oh, I remember that. She talked like training was something that she needed to start doing a little bit better job with employees maybe.
Current budget was $1,440 and she used $836.
Okay, well, I'll start the discussion then, if you guys are all right with that. I look at that as almost, okay, I understand they need more training.
It is something you have to have.
Exactly. Because we're gonna have a lot of have-to-haves, and that's probably gonna help them down the road a little further, but is that a have to?
Well, this is where I'm at with it though. 'Cause but she's still got several months to go and she's used half of her budget already. The $1,440, she used $836. So she's on track to use all of it.
Where'd you see 800, what'd you say?
The equipment training.
Yeah.
On the spends. You go there to the current actual, and her total budget's $1,440.
Right.
So she's on track to use all of it if she.
Well,
And she's wanting to raise it to 2,000. So I'm like,
I don't have a problem with that, because I'm thinking down the road, there's some of these departments didn't change their part of their budget at all. And that's not that big of a change, is it? For a department like yours, Brian?
No, but the thing is it's all those little ones that start to add up.
Yeah, right.
You know, it doesn't take long, and pretty quick you got 10,000 extra.
okay, well, if you went to 1,750, you think that'd help her instead of doing the two split?
I'd go along with that.
Okay.
And
I mean, I know they need training. I'm sure they do.
you know, we need that deal that talks about how many mills we're having, so we know. So right now we're at 59 mills, but if this next year is gonna be 70, then at that point, then we all need to look at each other and decide, okay,
What is it, what don't?
yeah, because until we have that sheet in front of us, it's kind of tough to.
Because if everybody asked for what they wanted, and our evaluations were higher, we may not have to.
Right.
They may get more.
We need to see all that stuff together before we can.
I agree, because we may be way over on those, we may be right at it.
And then we'd spend all this time for nothing.
See?
Yeah.
I got all day.
That's why it's hot outside. I'm not going up to the evening now.
Weeds to kill, people to see.
How long do you think it would take to stick that deal together so we can see that? I'm sorry. Hey, Lee.
Who's that?
We're not on.
How you guys?
Good, how are you?
Hey, how's your
Solving the world's problems here?
No, we need you to pull up a chair right now. We're working on the budget.
Me up here.
Working on the budget right now, Lee.
I can't even take care of my own business, let me tell you.
So, how's your boy doing?
My wife took him, or Mac's wife took him to an orthodontist today. He busted out some teeth and he broke his jaw, so.
He's a hurting kid today, isn't
Yeah, and the little girl that was with him, she had mouth surgery messed up her whole mouth, and she had surgery yesterday, and then later on, she's gonna have to have her nose reconstructed. She didn't have no nose left.
I was told it was pretty brutal. Her face is what I heard.
Yeah, that's terrible. Just lucky they just went off in a deep ditch and lighted it, and they didn't really roll it or anything, they just kept going on down the ditch.
Nose plate.
And then they hit a entrance. And I thought he had plenty of time to stop, but I don't know if they panicked or what they did.
Well, I haven't driven by to look at it yet, but that's what I was told. Did you go out there and look?
I was out there when they loaded up the car.
Oh, you did? You went out there?
Or the truck. And right there where they had that camping spot,
Yeah. RW.
that they went in there right on the other side of that and went all the way down that driveway where they hit that driveway. That's a long ways, and that's a steep ditch.
Yeah, it is.
How
I
do you
believe
think-
that deal could have been so much uglier.
On north side of the road? On north side of?
Yeah, north side.
Man, that is steep. It's
Yeah, it is. And but he kept on driving, and Timmy, he had a seatbelt on, and he hit his face on that steering wheel, knocked that steering wheel plumb off.
What about that seatbelt didn't slow him down and keep him from smacking it with his face?
I don't know, but the little girl didn't have a seatbelt on.
You know how ugly that could have been, mate?
Yeah.
And this is the second, that's why I was telling these guys, this is the second kid you've had to take a phone call like that.
Yeah, when Trace, remember he rolled his.
Oh, Trace too, that's your third. Bruce did the same thing when we were in school, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, well, he broke his pelvis.
Yeah, that's the third kid you've had to get a call.
I know.
That'll make an old man out
They're gonna, I'm not gonna be able to afford to drive a nice vehicle around anymore. It's just gonna be old dingers.
Well, I'm glad we can giggle about it.
Hey, at least we're alive, that's all I care about.
Yeah, they're alive.
See you, boys.
Glad he's okay, Lee.
Hey,
Yeah.
just as a friend, come up, Rafe and I, we cut hair, so.
You
know.
cut hair? Well, I mean it since Rusty passed away. I just, let it go.
See you,
This is
bud.
getting kind of gross.
So about 15 minutes.
I'm down to.
Were you in the president's office? Okay, so there's one that we're
Oh,
holding.
should we mark down what Darren said there, though?
1750. She's
1750?
writing it down.
Okay, okay.
Instead of the 2. The appraiser's gonna be one that's gonna be huge.
Yeah.
Twice their budget, twice their.
Yeah.
Well, so we have a lot of things to talk about there too. So if we go without an appraiser this year, I have no idea how long it takes for the state to decide they're gonna give them this out. I don't know when that happens.
That's not what you feel though.
No. And I hadn't thought about, they're gonna make us pay for hotel room,
I
mileage,
didn't think that they, that was the wrong thing either.
you're gonna reimburse them for their expenses.
I'm not sure if the personal services is even enough.
From 164,000 to 304,000, that is huge.
And
Contractual.
we should have been skipped this one to later.
Now that one would be, so
Crucial.
personnel's 138,000 to 205,000. Just so people, if they're listening on the internet, they can hear this. Contractual service, 7,000 to 45,000. Professional
So let's
services,
see that contractual services, that was for, that was always gonna pay.
but then professional services from 10,000 to 40,000. That's for reappraising the plum thicket landfill. Costing 27,000 to 22,000.
But that was something that what'd she say about that? We need to do it because of.
Well, we don't have a choice. The last time it was done was in 2017, and it cost $22,500.
Yeah, and it hasn't been appraised to put that new gas plant in, that's what it was.
You got that gas plant now. good one to look at.
Maybe we might want to skip that and move on, come back to it.
I have a feeling we're gonna do that with every budget.
That's twice.
And that's gotta be the worst one, isn't it?
Road and bridge is gonna be ugly too.
That's on
Okay, let's go through and pick out the easy ones, right? Let's try to just find those ones that are no change or very little change. We can do that, which ones were those? And then we can check them off the list.
Capital equipment reserve. That should be set in stone.
Pretty simple, right?
Should we got it? We're only getting something every year. The sheriff's department, they're good on cars, right? When we're talking about that, what do we do about that tractor, Mike?
That, say it again?
That tractor Mike would want to know about.
Oh, yeah,
I assume
we
wait,
can-
I assume wait till the, I know they cost a little more, but I assume wait till we get to the work for the year. That's just me personally.
Well, yeah, because fuel may eat us up before we're done. And then we'll have equipment with no fuel to run up.
Well, I know the price may go up, but like I said before, at some point, somewhere.
People are gonna quit paying that.
So on this deal for next year, what do we, the ones in yellow are the ones we're supposed to be buying?
Right.
And that 1,500 for that van is, what is that 1,500 stand for? The yellow.
Oh, that's the amount that's going into their account, that,
So they're gonna buy the van for 15,000, is that what you said this cost?
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
and we got 10,500 in there.
Mhm.
1,500 comes in.
You talking about the 2015?
The Chevy Uplander van.
2023, the public transportation van, Uplander van 2006, they're scheduled to have one bought next year. And we're scheduled to buy a server for courthouse, phone system countywide, what's that gonna be? It's for our big phones in the office.
Mhm.
And looks like we're supposed to buy another 4-drive pickup for noxious weed. Is that something we need to do? Well, they have to out there now.
And they're not using
We only got one operator.
There's no miles getting added to those things. Are there 3 out there right now there that are rigged up to spray, or just down to 2?
I think we took the body off that one, you guys took the body off that one.
Put it to the road or to the bridge. So there's 2 out there, 1 getting operated right now. Surely, there's no need to update that deal right now, is there?
No, but the thing is, this is the thing that you have to remember, and I always forget. If we don't do it, I guess if you don't do it that year, you can take that same number, right, and move it down to a different year.
Right, yeah, so the money stays.
So maybe like 2025? What do you think about, I mean, I don't see there's any need.
Am I reading that wrong? They're wanting 3 though.
Their estimated cost to replace is $75,000.
We got 50,000.
There's 50,000 sitting in that balance. And so this is requesting we drop another $8,333 from the 23 budget to that account.
Out of, I think that's it, right? I don't remember what she told us. I would say we don't need that.
So just the one?
Yes.
Okay,
The next one comes due in,
the next year.
no,
Yeah.
Noxious weed, don't know if it does. Yeah.
okay, so do we need 2 pickups out there anymore, or are we gonna go down to 1?
Well, I don't mind having 2 pickups out there, but I don't know that.
When's the last time both of them have been operated?
Probably never.
No, I just wouldn't say never. I do remember the time we both were going.
I guess.
I can't remember them both going since Greg and Jim were there.
Well, no, when Wyatt was here. They were
Oh,
both-
well, okay, maybe that, yeah.
I think we still need to budget the money in there. I just don't know that next year's year we need to buy one.
So that's not gonna lower that budget expense at all.
you're just gonna move that 8333 down to a different year you wanna do it. And that's the reason why, because it's supposed to be placed this next year, but I don't think it's gonna change anything but move it down here. So if we don't take that 8333 out next year, we can put it down here somewhere. Is there someplace else we can put 8333 in the budget for somebody else? We can move that number. This number can be moved to any level we want to move it to, as long as we don't exceed that. The problem is though, if we take it out here, then we won't have the funds down here to do it, so it really needs to be moved down in that same, in the same.
That's what I thought you meant, push it back a year,
Yeah.
right? Is
I
that what
would
you're
say
saying?
push it back here,
Yeah.
right?
This is, remind me, on this money, Sean, we're taking this out of plum thicket to be able to buy equipment.
Yes.
So that's not gonna affect our mill levy in the money that's here. So probably the best idea is to continue to put that money away to there, because in the end, we're not gonna change your mill levy based upon what this number is. It's not, that's not gonna help us.
Well, but we're still gonna put that, we'll take that 8333, but we're just gonna move it back a year to take it. You can't,
Well, you're gonna add up to that fund a little bit more because that,
no, because, well, you can put it in there as long as they don't spend it.
it's, what I'm saying, Darren, is it's not gonna affect your mill levy. By taking that dollar amount,
No.
okay, so you know that. That's what I was
Yeah.
making sure you understood. That's not gonna affect us.
This money's put back so we can quit.
Right. Having the last minute expense of, oh, shoot, we need to pick it.
Yeah, it's alleviating that the problem.
So why wouldn't we go ahead and purchase that pickup this year?
You say we don't need to purchase it.
So there's not a need there.
Well, I don't think we do. I mean, we may have to do what we might, but I don't. That pickup we're driving looks pretty dang nice.
And it doesn't have a mile being added to it right now. So that's.
So what we can do is, I guess what Jeff and I are saying is we'll take that 8333 and not use it this year and put it in 2024. Since we didn't use it this year, we can add that right to that number. Because I think this yellow is all that we can transfer that year, because that's all the funds we have available.
Right.
So if we don't use that 83 and she just moves it to 24, that money will still be there.
Correct. And I do think we probably need to sit back on that pickup. I don't think they've got the miles adding up on them, but not being used. I'm gonna look inside of them and see if I
I mean, Mike might say no to that. I mean, maybe that's something we need to question if he desperately needs it. I'll just hold it up real quick. What is this other one?
Just today.
So that's pretty, other than that question there. We'll find out from him where he's at with that.
Okay, so replacing P306. So that 2023 expense for,
Which one you at?
I'm on the next page over on
It's-
Am I online or offline?
Oh, yeah, no, you're right, sorry. I was wrong. It's the P306.
Okay, so those pickups that we just bought here the last month or so ago from the sheriff,
Yeah.
does that cover that pickup right there
I don't
for
remember.
23?
Do you remember the one what the number of that one was we replaced?
Well, that's another question. Which one is the one that?
Which is P306.
307 must be the one that's not got a motor. Or the one that was oranges. One of them, I think we sold. That we can't get rid of.
Remember what number was on
So, let's see.
Well, the one we replaced was the one Mike was driving, right?
Well, I got two of them. One of them rode the bridge crew's using, and the other one Mike's using, but there's one that Chevy, that used to be Lawrence's, they can't seem to get running, they think of wiring harness or something, we need to get rid of that.
Okay, so all these that we're holding back from purchasing in 2023, you get down to where that dozer expense, estimated cost to replace that dozer is $275,000. And there's no money sitting in there to purchase that.
Which, how much?
The
91.
312,
Yeah.
do 6 in,
Yeah, 91,000.
91,000. There's 91,000 we dumped in there, and I got two.
No, that's the estimated cost to replace.
I know there's a red line there. What's the red line?
So that's what I'm saying, the cost of that pickup.
Okay, that was, now, I'm saying that, wasn't we really gonna talk about just buying that one out? Cause it has 1,400 hours on it.
Yeah. So that 91,000 may not be able to do that.
What's the annual cost? What's the 55,000 or mean? The annual cost?
Oh, so like, it's like, just say like 200,000 divided by the year to replace it, so it's 55,000 would be about.
I bet this is the one. No.
So, I wonder how come only 91,000 then? Or if they took money out of there to do something else with it?
Sure.
So I think why it's only not 55 was because they needed to get caught up, right? It's to the end of toward its end of its life and it needs to be replaced before.
So is there gonna be another 55,000 on top of that?
No.
So what's a green mean?
Green means there's money there, right?
Yes.
That's what I figured. So like on that 2008, 444,
Yeah. Down at the bottom, right?
yeah, we're at 6,000 and 30,000 in there.
Yeah.
And then you got the one down below that.
Now, that was the one that Mike was driving. That's replaced with one of the sheriff's vehicles.
Right.
So we've used,
Have you, just a quick question, have you updated any of this on the, like, when we move this stuff around? So this is all current then?
Yes.
The Dodge Ram? I'm thinking that, we're gonna have to take some of his pickup money that we had set aside for his pickups and buy those.
I was gonna say, it's gonna have to go with the dozer, and that's as soon as that noxious weed money, we're gonna have to bump that into there as well.
Well, that not screwed is a different fund though. It's
No, not for capital equipment,
probably not.
but not the existing money, but the money that was gonna be budgeted in 2023 will probably have to go towards that dozer to make that work. And that's what I'm wondering, so in the, where are we at here? So that last pickup, that Ford 4x4 four-door, says there's $30,000 estimated cost to replace. But it doesn't have
Which Ford? Who's
clear down at the bottom, it's
Whose pickup is it?
Public Works.
Well, no, but where do we have a four-door Ford?
That's what,
That was the one Mike was driving, that brown one.
That's shit.
no, he was driving the Chevy.
What is that?
That's why I think it was this Chevy, that PO 306, but I don't know. Or PO,
What's the Ford?
Well, I think,
is that,
what's his name, but it's not four doors, it's a King Cab. I don't know, maybe four-door pickups would have.
I don't either.
We've got some King Cab Fords.
that's not the one that, that's not the one that Damien and the guys drive, is it?
Who's John?
That's what I thought.
Yeah, big, don't have big dogs.
Yeah, but I couldn't remember if it's Ford or Dodge or what. Then it's newer than the Land. All right, I'll see you guys. Got a broken line cap.
What road is that? What road is that?
Name.
So if you, we need to find out the replacement cost on that dozer, 'cause that's coming right up. You know, our graders, the 150s, the lease graders, they're due for replacement in 2026.
3 years to say.
Well, that brings you to their question. On these mowers, who's getting able to buy, everyone says they don't have the money for that either.
Well, I was starting to see that on a lot of these, but I thought we'd already put some money behind it.
Because they just said we had enough money to buy that mower that was due in 2022.
It's, so, this is wrong, it's,
Yeah,
there's.
200-some-thousand.
Gotcha, okay.
We're starting to think maybe we're tying a bunch of money together to make that.
Yeah.
Okay, I got one quick question for you.
Okay.
So, somehow or another, we're getting some money tied together somehow, because, you know, we're getting ready to replace this mower here, this one we're talking about. And we put 50,000, but it doesn't say we have any money, so where's the 200-some-thousand that we have to buy the mower? See my question? I think we're starting to tie a bunch of money, this money together that's intended for. See my question? Because this mower, this mower is supposed to be, that we're talking about buying this mower tractor?
Right.
Well, it says there's no money available for it. If that's what that red line means. Balance, 0. So we're thinking maybe there probably is that money in there, but it's probably tied to.
Okay. Stupid question. Can we get rid of the high price annual one truck?
Asked by somebody just the other day.
And then buy something?
That may be smart doing, but I don't really figure out to do. Because they're not building the roads like we originally intended with that deal. So if it's not being used to build roads, no, unless Mike's decided here in the next 6 months they're gonna start building crowns and stuff in roads. And that'd be kind of a long-range question for him.
We can buy a used one that work.
Jeff, I'd be okay with it if we can offset some others and let them do it.
Okay.
I just think we could get, some money out of that. I'd buy a cheaper one back, if we need to.
I've been told Grant County, Oklahoma's kind of looking for a deal like that. Yeah. I'd be in favor of that if we could use it to offset some of these other expenses like dozer or whatever.
I must be getting old, we have to deal with it. I don't know, but, Sean,
If you need to give it, we'll stop.
okay.
If you need to
We're
stop.
not on.
Yeah, we're on. We ain't making a decision.
We'll see you guys.
We're just looking at numbers, making our eyeballs roll.
Yeah.
Okay. Hmm?
I want more of this capital equipment plan.
He didn't like what we did.
Yeah, I know it didn't.
we own that truck.
Yeah.
So how can they mess up replacement, or putting that number in for replacement?
Figuring him towards the future on.
What you come up with, young lady?
I need to look at it some more.
I got you all wondering now, don't I?
Yes.
So Mike probably is a really distracted today, do we know?
Well, at any rate, the capital equipment, guys, that's not something we're really
No.
gonna make a lot of changes on. So if we started in at, we went through 911, we decided maybe that's been kind of a simple deal there. Or appraiser, I don't know, we're gonna skip past that appraiser for now. We're gonna hold off on that discussion until last. Attorney, he's wanting more money. You all right if we look at attorney for a minute, Darren?
On this one.
I don't know. Have you done
We made yours shorter, so they.
Oh, we go. Make you feel better and you can go home, but wait, there's more. Okay, so he's asking for some more money for clerical staff. Which salaries, we can touch that later, right? That salary part of it, we don't have to touch that. If we, I think in years past, Shonda, we've left salaries, yep, and we've locked them into place. So like when you start plugging in that budget, we lock those into where they were at this year. And so then we can adjust those. We're not gonna do each individual department by themselves. So anyway, you know what I mean, Shonda?
Yes, I do.
And so we can solve that issue real quick with the county attorney. Looks like that's maybe his only increase. So that's a pretty simple one, right? Do you agree? You wanna wait till Jeff that?
Or we should.
And so if we plug their salaries in at 122,000, are you doing that on your deal as we
Yes.
go? Okay. So then the attorneys will stay the same. That's good. That's easy. See, Darryl, that's easy.
We got one.
We got one. Check. Just waiting on Jeff. Facts. Jeff, just the facts.
Is he always bathroom just downstairs? Or do you go outside?
We're not at home yet. Building your ground would be an easy one too. It's not? Oh yeah, he was right. Did you guys find out on that building and grounds one? Remember he wanted to increase that one line item, Shonda? That he said hadn't been budgeted since 2019? Remember that discussion?
Yes, I do, and no, I did not.
Okay, so he's asking more for vehicle, fuel, oil, and lube. He's gone up from 350 to 500 due to increased cost. I don't deny that's there. Would you? Mower, same thing. Fuel, oil, lube. It only cost him $250 to buy gas for that mower and fuel.
His fuel budget's pretty low, you know that, right? Right now, he's running the red.
Oh, gosh. His yard is about, I don't know, figured about the same size as my yard at my house. Seems like, of course, I use my gas can for a lot of things, but man, those are not cheap to fill my gas tank with. Okay, what do you think about the landscape? What do you think? You want to replace plants in there? Hey, yeah. We made an easy attorney. So we went to the beginning, started going back. Okay, so the attorney, the major, the only thing he's asking an increase for is salaries. And I told him in years past, we just kind of, okay, great, we'll deal with salaries at the end. So the rest of your budget, he kept the same. So he's
attorneys?
Yep. Like I said, the major increase. See that there? Going from 122,000 to 129,000 for salaries.
All right. Yep.
The rest is all the same.
Yep.
So we'll Shonda check, that one's even, we'll come back and discuss salaries at the end. Okay. So we can flip through and be past that. Done. So then we're down to Nolan's buildings and grounds. And if you look at the first couple that he's got increases in, Vehicle fuel oil and lube, he's gone from 350 to 500. I don't deny that that's the case. All right. Same thing for his mower fuel and oil. Yep. Supplies and landscaping, well, I just asked Darren, he's got in here for maintaining landscaping and replacement of the few plants that are not in good shape. So I wonder about just pulling those plants out and putting wood chips in there to make it look nice and keep it weeded.
Well,
But people
except
like
for the people that put it in there when you go tear it out, you're not very happy with it.
Is it dead?
I don't know.
I think that would probably help a couple people.
Do you
You
have a
know?
wood bending machine in there?
Find the head.
That's his trick or treat, that's his trick or treat box over there. There's the kids coming out trick or treat. There's the go trick or treat.
I'd be good with either one,
Up or down?
on the landscaping.
But you were getting ready to say you know somebody that could come, would come do that?
Well, so I can ask them. But I think they help put it into,
Donate the plants?
well, just like the weed and stuff like that.
Well, see, he's asking for an increase to replace plants.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I look at it from my house, we just don't spend money on that stuff. Do you, Darren? That's exactly what I do. I have it in the four-wheeler and I run around after spraying everything else.
You mow, whatever's left over,
If it didn't touch the mower, then it gets run to.
My weed eater hadn't really weed.
I don't wanna touch a weed eater, I get that time.
which line I'm on?
It's on supplies, landscaping, it's down, I can't even see, yours, it's too small. It's, I don't know, about 10 lines down maybe. Do you see where I'm at, Shonda?
Yeah.
Do you see where I'm at?
Mhm.
Yep. You find it?
I'm on it.
It's number 1133. On the left-hand side over there, at 1133, it's down like somewhere right there. Find it? So see, it wouldn't even hurt my feelings to take that 1200 out, but I know the people will be upset.
We can't do that because it buys grass out of that camp too.
I would, in my own opinion, I'd say leave it at $1,200. You do what you can with $1,200, and then that's gone, you're done.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's good. Okay. So can we scratch that line, put 1,200 there, Shonda?
Yep.
And that keeps the commodities. Okay, the next one's contractual services. Total expenses for each of the last 2 years are more than what was budgeted for this year. Costs are continuing to
Wait a
rise.
minute, you look up these other ones, I guess. You didn't go to the
You better.
mower and all that stuff, what about
That's
that?
where
That's
it's
where
at.
we are.
Okay.
Let's get some there.
No. No, you're on top of crack.
Okay, so elevator maintenance and all that. Security and fire maintenance.
Shonda, you want to
Thank you.
Yep.
We got 3,000 and 10,000. Okay.
What are you talking about?
I know. I wonder, like you brought up, Darren, what if we do our own pest control? Take the ball around, squirt it around every month? I mean, obviously, probably the termite traps outside are necessary, aren't they?
Well, but you can, they don't have to be here every month.
Nope.
They don't be here every month.
Well, I'm
Once a
saying-
year, maybe 3 times a year.
What if we sprayed it on our own, if we told no one can't spray it?
We already talked about that. I'm good with that.
Okay, so we need to know the difference on the expense
If
of.
there's nothing else, I would cut it back, not to monthly. If you, I mean, I wanna know what that cost is.
Well, that's true.
So let's say it's every 3 months, or every 4 months. Cause that stuff they're spraying is gonna last more than a month, trust me.
But if it's like my house, I spray it myself.
Well, no,
I don't take care of my termite control, but I do take care of my insects.
But I think that contract he has is with termite control, I mean, it's all the same people.
We use Tempo like 3 times a year.
Yep.
Well,
Probably only need it twice a year, really.
Inside the house, it's last year.
Yep, we do a barrier on the outside and one on the inside.
So we need to talk to him about doing this by
Okay. Change it.
quarterly, or,
I just put on there a note on mine to change the timing.
see what the difference in cost would be.
Yeah. And that makes up that 15,000 down.
I just don't see it needs to be done in a month.
Okay, so the buildings, you went up 10,000 on the repair and maintenance of the buildings?
I don't get that.
Well, I do, I think it costs more. I mean,
Oh,
really.
because of materials?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And I do wonder, on these cracks that are up here on the third floor, what is that in the long run gonna cost us, if insurance doesn't help us?
Insurance has to help you. If it's earthquake related.
What if they say it's not?
What insurance?
That's why you pay the premium.
You must have better insurance company than I do.
Well, I think it's gonna cost, I think it's gonna cost him more. He's already seen it this year, because, man, I hope they replace some stuff, we won't have to replace the wall.
I'm gonna put a question mark by that for a second.
I'm not terribly upset with that 10,000, to be honest with you.
I know, but when we get down to the end of the budget here, that's gonna be huge, those $10,000 chunks.
And repair and maintenance of vehicle,
That's at 1173.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about.
Hold on, slacking.
My chips are super loud. It's vibrating in my head, so I know you all heard it crunching on it. So you didn't find that though, Shonda, that why that line item got taken out and merged with something?
No.
I'm just gonna put this out there, it's all in the county, I mean, I really don't understand. We normally have a road and bridge vehicle sitting out here somewhere. Does it necessarily have to have a vehicle?
I like this emergency management deal that sits here a lot of times.
How come we can't use that?
I'm with you, Jerry.
Yeah, but the one that sits out here is the one Nolan takes to the different properties, right?
Well, then road and bridge can use it off and on then or something, I mean.
Well, that's true.
The problem is they have to coordinate that, and if they're not all here in the same building at the same time.
So let's say Nolan has to run to Harper, then it's not out here.
Well, what about this one? What are you
True.
talking about? That very rarely moves.
True.
I think we got a lot of, I mean, I understand why we have to have them. Okay, let's say he's gotta go to Harper, but isn't there like a Dodge around here every once in a while? Or a Jeep around here, or, I mean, we got a lot of vehicles.
I'm all right with it. I think is Road and Bridge needing another vehicle? We're probably all stocked up on them, aren't we?
It's got two.
So we're
We didn't
pretty
get rid of
well,
any.
we're pretty well good to go. What are you gonna do with it then? With that extra pickup? I'm all in favor of sharing stuff.
What do you mean want to do this? One of the road and bridge stuff?
No, the white one that sits over here, and then there's the EM one that sits right over in the corner, and then the Dodge Dart. We were talking about they could share some of that stuff. But right now, there's enough vehicles for everybody to have one.
We got plenty of vehicles. We got plenty of vehicles, I don't know, he needs to be budgeted with a vehicle, for expensive vehicle.
Where's he gonna pay for the maintenance of the vehicle that he has?
Well, where's the maintenance, does she have a budget for her on this one? Good question.
I would assume so, when we get back to emergency management in there. I'll have to do the house that gets done.
Well, he's gonna need something, right, that's for sure. He's got too many vehicles, too many places you gotta see.
Repair and maintenance of the vehicle, she's got 500 on there. She's going up to 900 for next year. So, do both of those vehicles have comparable mileage put on every year?
Well, I'd say that has very few compared to his.
Yeah, so if she's gonna ask for $900 for repair and maintenance of that vehicle versus $500.
Isn't it something we could ask?
Yeah.
You know, how many times, ask Chris how often she drives her vehicle? Is it something he can use, is it, it's not,
Of course, I'm not Anthony, well, this one sits here.
It's all on her all the time.
well, you gotta think. It's, yeah, okay, let's say she drives it once a month. I mean, is that gonna justify it?
So what are you gonna do with the white one then?
If they're gonna share that one, then you have one sit down here that doesn't. I'm all in favor of cutting back on some of that stuff, Darren, so don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, then what are we gonna do with that one? I mean, you know me, I cut back on stuff before that you disagree with. Sell it online?
Use it for
I'm
repair.
assuming we probably got places that probably could use another vehicle if it's better shape than the one we have. I mean, some of our road and bridge trucks are just about.
Can we not just have it for backup? I mean, for road and bridge or what?
Well, that one that, you've seen, some of our road and bridge vehicles really need to be replaced.
Or I'd say that may be more of a dependable pick than the one that's. Well, really though.
Well, I mean, if I was gonna do something, I'd keep the one, this in here, and I'd get rid of the one, white one, the road and bridge is driving, I'd hand that down and move the other one out if I was gonna do it, if you wanna get rid of one. But there's like 2 or 3 of them road and bridge vehicles, I bet they've got 300,000 or 400,000 miles on them, they're, need to be moved.
Well, when it gets down to that, and it's a have-to type of thing, there's a couple of options. And,
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, we're budgeting tires here for this one.
Yeah.
And one for them, combine them two as one vehicle, and if they possibly could work out a way to share it. I mean, if it came down to a big issue where he had to go to Harper and we didn't have a vehicle, I bet there's a vehicle around here someplace he can get into.
yeah, the dart or something.
To get him there. The Jeep, I mean.
Show mileage like we do the health department.
Something somewhere. I mean,
But then you still have that vehicle now, so, you know, you're gonna tell them not use it and then it sits out there even more?
I moved out the road and bridge, that's so one road and bridges.
One of the old ones. I'd go for that.
I'll tell you, there's about 2 of them that they're driving, and either you're gonna have to move somewhere, you're gonna start spending some of your money.
I don't wanna do that. So I think that makes sense, Darren, and I think that's maybe where we need to have.
I mean, it's something we need to talk to Chris and Nolan both, and see if they can work a deal. And plus you get rid of the vehicle.
Okay, so I put on mine share on the notes instead of, so can we take that $500 off then?
I'd like to.
Yeah? Sounds good. That's easy.
Sell
It don't seem like
a
much.
water truck, buy an $8,000 water truck back, buy a whole fleet of it.
Building and ground improvement, is that where we're up to? Line has been unfunded since 2020. Some types of replacement loans can be funded through here. Can't remember what types. And that's the same as the one right below that, the equipment and other. This is where the jail water heater and the replacement expansion tank and replacement HVAC system for Harper Senior Center could have been purchased. Well, that's not going to begin to cover all those at $7,500, is it? And I feel like that those were up there on the.
They get them in their party's budget someplace though.
I feel like that those were up there with the repair and maintenance of the building and grounds. Wouldn't that make more sense for those things to be up there instead of equipment? Equipment is stuff like someday he's gonna need a new mower, or, you know, and I would hope that we've got that funded in the capital equipment line.
You know, you're talking, 15,000.
Yeah.
Between the 2 lines.
Yeah. I don't know, I'm half tempted to say on my side, my opinion, that I don't think we need both of those, because I still feel like we merge those with maybe repair and maintenance of buildings and things.
I don't know, that 7,500, that building ground improvement, that's gonna be there.
Take it out.
Repair and maintenance, buildings and grounds, if you wanna add a little bit more to that, that's fine, but we're at 10,000 to it.
Jeff? What are your thoughts?
Well, if you're talking
Good point, Darren, we're at, yeah, no.
I mean, well, if you're gonna replace, like you said, replace all that stuff, where's he gonna get the additional money?
We replaced it all this year, a lot of it. We just got them putting the water heater downstairs, and then we do some air conditioning work too.
Is the AC, new AC already done? It's not, is it? In Harper?
Thought they was working on it.
Well, but like Darren just said, Jeff, if we're gonna add $10,000 up there to the repair and maintenance of the grounds.
Oh, I got you.
Why are we doing that down?
Yeah,
So what do you think?
that's true.
Darren, scratch it? Jeff, scratch it?
Scratch it, I'll put a question mark on why, we had it already.
Well, I didn't say yes on it. Yeah, I have a question mark beside mine,
Yeah, I'm just writing them notes so I can remember. She's writing them all down for us anyway, I'll write them down. She's-
No, it's good for backup.
but yeah.
If you're gonna say, well, you guys said, well, you added 10,000 up there,
What about equipment?
I mean, we don't have his mowers and stuff on our
Cannot, we don't have them in the capital equipment line for him.
So I wanna know, cause if I remember right when we came in here, we asked the previous guy how his mower was doing, he said it was gonna run for a couple of years yet.
So that one Harold ran, remember that John Deere with the shiny wheels on
I
side?
remember the Cub Cadet. You have a Cub?
Well, yeah, maybe he did, I forgot about that. But they had that John Deere
John Deere.
shiny wheels on it, it lasted, I bet that's a 20-year mower, wasn't it?
So,
I think he waxed
I
it.
guess what I'm at is, if he's not gonna buy equipment, then that won't be more either.
Okay, but how about we start thinking about putting a little bit up in a line item for him in that capital equipment, just for that? And it doesn't have to be a tremendous amount for a mower, does it? But at least it's being budgeted for 3 years down the line.
Well, unless he needs some, he's got gel water heater, replacement expansion tank, he's got all that stuff to be built, that, I didn't think it came out of there, I thought it came out of that total.
It did, it didn't come out of his, did it?
So his equipment is not really equipment, it has more to do with grounds.
Yeah, I could almost be convinced to scratch that one pretty quick too. What about you, Jeff?
So you want to scratch them both?
So,
Yeah, because I think if we're gonna, well,
nor except, I don't know about the equipment. If he's needing some equipment, that's what I like, equipment other, that's, I see that as building ground equipment, not HVACs, because that stuff should be in the buildings and maintenance.
That could be all thrown in together for a lot.
Buildings and
I think we
maintenance.
did that, Jeff. That's why I think several years ago, that's why that line item hasn't been funded, because we squeezed it into something else. Because if you start looking at all those and you think, well, how is that any different? than that one?
That's where I'm looking at it,
I mean, if he thinks his building and grounds of 10,000 ain't enough, okay, then we'll go up a little bit maybe on that one, but the other two don't need anything in unless he's wanting more.
So you're gonna question those,
Two? Yes.
right?
Yes.
You good with that, Jeff? Yeah. Okay. Well, then return the pay.
Same thing, same
Why
page.
is that look different, just bigger?
So you want to do that twice?
What is that?
That is weird.
Yeah.
It's just because like, that one isn't broken down into like contractual and capital outlay. It's just a bunch of accounts just in
I
one.
got you.
Yeah.
All right, back to the capital equipment. Nope. That's, that can be last.
What are we going to?
Well, capital equipment, we were looking at that earlier,
Yeah.
and
We're gonna go back to that, right?
if you want to, we can tweak on some of that stuff.
Ron, I'm on the clerk.
Yeah, let's go to clerk.
It shouldn't be anything, it's just.
Let's put a big X by it.
$100 for the mailing, wasn't it? $600. What's wrong with that? Little veteran sign.
Yeah. That's pretty cut and dry, I think she knows that she has to have those. If she didn't buy that many, I guess. What about $50 a piece? So, yeah, I think that's pretty cut and
She did what
dry.
she had to do, I'm good with it.
That's her only increase, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty easy.
The flag holder?
So that's what she has, she has to
That's not enough page back.
do. Mission, oh man, this is more around.
Start cutting big X.
Request 0000.
What do you guys think on salary?
That's one where it's at.
You wouldn't drop it in half?
Burn more gas on it.
Okay, so think about this. What if we? I hate saying this because you guys are so pissed.
Might want to get your fist up and ready.
I don't deny that there's a lot of stress involved with this situation in
No.
here. Every day, Darren.
I mean, the other one, yeah, no different than the other ones that had.
I don't know.
We didn't take a pay raise last year.
No, and I'm not talking about a pay raise. I'm talking about dropping.
Shut that off for a second.
I know, and for the stress, I've always thought about this. I've always thought you need to have something in terms, because I think in the long run, this takes away from what you've got in the quality of life. I think it will, it can't help.
I'm gonna tell you what, as far as I'm concerned, from what I hear from my people, they're like, there ain't no way in hell I do.
I know, you hear that from a lot of people.
I know, I'm gonna, and I'm not, damn sure not gonna do it for any less. We didn't take an increase last year, we won't take an increase this
I mean,
year.
maybe about, what, 3 times a week?
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so we keep ours level though, right?
I mean, I'm all in favor of, you know, if you wanna take your pay down based on nothing, I mean, that's fine.
I don't think,
We get that.
you probably hear, how come you know you take that and this, but, you know,
Yeah, you ain't seen our sands lately, haven't you?
90% of people I talk to say,
Oh, here she is.
Okay, so leave it level, our budget $68,000.
what's the dues, registration, training, what's that, 3,500 for? We must be doing some dues for something.
We used to have a,
At the beginning of the year.
Must be some kind
it comes out and it throws our budget off
Yes.
for the rest of the year until it
Yes.
levels out at the end of the year.
of, okay. And communication, telephone, and internet, that is for our computers?
Your cell phones, probably.
You turn yours back
I'll
in?
turn my phone back.
So that 1,400 can't be this month.
Right. In the internet, we pay our partners like every other office. Well, we don't use it. Right?
You're on there all the time, I am on my phone. So that communication deal, that you want to have one phone involved, that shouldn't be that, I mean, it should have been some.
So the dues is Kansas legislative
Yeah.
policy for 3,400.
Okay.
So, just for instance, the clerk's office pays $900 for telephone and internet. And we pay,
1,400 for 300.
I think they're taking advantage of us, guys.
Why are we paying 1,400?
I don't know. Your cell phone's gotta be part of that, right?
Well, we got 3 of these, that's probably part of it too.
Yeah, but they're bought and paid for. That's not budgeting for another one we bought. That comes out of Josh's IT deal.
So,
Do you know where,
His budget covers all that.
do you know why ours can be that much higher?
I don't.
You just didn't think we'd catch that, did you?
Yeah, we're really just patting our pockets in there.
Shut up. She took it out of her budget. Your other stuff look all right. Stuck it in ours. Look, guys, I went down.
seem awful high.
That is a place we could tweak. And just out of curiosity, could you also find what that dues registration and training? She just said, okay, I'm not listening, sorry.
$3,400 comes off right at the end.
Yeah, Kansas legislative policy.
See, that's a KLPG.
Yeah.
And that's what we were, keep getting told, that KLPG, well, you gotta be a member of KAC to get that. No, you
Well,
don't.
I mean, I know it's $100, you said 3,400, I got 3,500 here. I don't know.
That's just covering it, make sure she's had it covered.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not trying to be picky, I'm just asking.
Oh, that's what's budgeted, is 3,500, but we use 34.
Okay, cool, all
Okay.
right.
We're good.
I just wondered if there was internet supply, but there's probably a reason.
All right, moving on. Get away from the commissioner, dude.
Community development,
Shall we?
Drop the salary out, it's all the same. No, wait, miscellaneous expense, whatever.
supplies in the office. Hey, is supply in office because of the paper stuff?
Probably. But remember, we also talked about going have to budget for electricity over there and,
Mm-hmm.
But she went down in 3 areas too.
how was she able to do it on telephone and internet?
went down on dues, she went down on legal permits, she went
I
down
think she got rid
on,
of her cell phone, didn't she?
went down on, yeah, communication.
So, we didn't talk about that much, but I like the idea of having one central area for all the paper and everything.
I kinda do too, Derek.
I mean, I don't know why everybody orders their own, cause somebody's gonna have 14 times more than one than the other, so if we all have one little area, when it runs out, we just go get some more. I mean, this makes sense. The rest of it, I'm fine with. It's the same amount of money.
Courthouse.
So we're okay on that one?
So then is the courthouse gonna pay for her utilities then?
Well, that's what I said, we probably ought to have that split off and know what hers are, so we can budget separately for that. But I do question how communication and telephone and internet, how that dropped $500. Because I don't think it could have, could it, Shonda?
Drop 500?
Yeah,
Went from 1,000 to 500.
And while you're at that, Shonda, just check and see how they, because I've never asked this question before, just I have no idea, but how did they decide to split that up amongst departments? So some departments have more people using it, so is it just evenly split?
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then that $1,000 and $500, because I could go in ours and drop that totally out, and we'll look good, because we dropped $1,400 out of our budget, which is, gonna make us look good, but yet, it doesn't matter, we still need to pay for that.
Somebody's paying for it.
So just out of curiosity, and I don't know who you're gonna ask to figure that deal out, because that's been like that for a long time. Well, you know, I don't know who,
Nobody questioned it, so.
yeah. And that's what I'm saying, I'm questioning on hers. I don't know how you can drop it $500.
Courthouse. There's something you can do on that?
But so,
Bring the paper on.
so back to, one more second here on the community development, we've had questions, I have questions on the internet. You guys don't have any other questions on that one? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that in the spreadsheet, but I will have to ask her.
Department agent.
Courthouse.
Well, we're gonna go to the department.
I don't have paper on the
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, we didn't have that, okay. She's gonna increase it 10,000 something?
No,
Huh?
on Department of Aging,
Yeah.
I only got like 500.
Total, oh, I'm total compared, oh, hold on. More than that.
The one thing she's really raised is Attica commodities and Harper commodities.
She's about a little.
And then, well, cleaning supplies.
Contractual meals.
Yeah. For all locations. About $4,000 on. Where's this page?
Oh, you mean the front one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, see, that's on paper good and stuff.
I'm looking at communication, how come communication is so much? Went from 1,500 to 7,000.
At which location?
The second page.
Oh, what is that? That's for the Harper building. That can't be right, can it? See, where's all this extra stuff that's down here too, Sean? See, like, the budget notes.
She maybe didn't get, no.
Well, so these total department things that show up, this 328,000, what is all that?
That's the total,
Somehow that got stuck in there. I don't think that's supposed to be in there, is it?
Yeah, that was just something that they put in there.
Yeah, that's a big question right there on the communication.
And that wouldn't have anything to do with the roof or trees being taken out or anything like that.
she's at 10, about 20,000. Income offset budgets.
What's the $1 million?
On the back there.
Yeah, that right column, 123 department total.
Well, the meal is gonna be, the price of meals is going up, it's gonna be, I know she needs that 4,000 or what it was.
Well, but that $6,000 increase on that communication will take a lot of that. Then we're looking at about $4,000 more that went up, which I see where she got all that from.
The question mark on that.
Yeah. You see that one, John?
Yeah.
Okay. Jeff, you good with that other than?
Well, I'm like, yeah, I don't get that $1 million bill on the back. I'm like,
Well, I can't place where that would even line up with everything. Alrighty.
What's this next one? You ever have that on?
Where you at there?
Well, what is this other page? It must be part of what we were.
I don't understand what all.
The second page are the same ones, right?
Yes. Or wait, or is that one the revenue? Does it say revenue? on
She's got her revenue going up from 41 to 45 by raising the meal suggestion, the donation for meal suggestion. I'm okay with that. The revenue, you guys will get the revenue? Yeah?
I'd say let's do a couple more and do some more next week or whenever.
I hate to do it all in one day.
Oh, I'm not going to be here next week. Unless you're doing with, what you doing with it?
How long do we have? I can't remember.
So whenever we get it to him, Jeff. Melinda always argue with me on that. Like, well, they get it when I get it.
That's true.
See, Jeff thinks like me.
Okay.
Darren, you don't think like me.
Nope. There's a date when it has to be in.
You gotta be on time. You gotta meet the bottom line.
And if it doesn't, then she starts getting upset with us, because she's getting phone calls.
What are they gonna do, Darren? You come down here.
Dispatch.
Well, me and Brian's vacation is staying and it's the house business next week.
Yeah.
We don't all get a bill.
At least the air conditioning.
Out of
is
state,
good.
you know?
Yeah.
Where are you going next week? Illinois.
Is it gonna be hot there or be okay?
It's supposed to be nice, it rain a little bit, huh?
It'll be nice.
Hope it ain't rain like it did last week.
I was shooting when it poured up and down and I wouldn't.
Be, well, I'm, on Wednesday, they're flying out to St. Louis, and I'm picking them up, June's never been on a plane. So they'll fly out, I'll pick them up 8 o'clock in the morning, mind you. And then it's, well, I guess there's a number of them, let's shoot, run to the arch. A little bit, and then about an hour and a half to Sparta from there. Then we shoot Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
Hey, what was the deal? Like I saw on Facebook, there was another shooting competition that I think Jay Maria Gates' kid was in.
I think they was in it.
That was high school rodeo.
Is that different? Oh, that's the high school rodeo deal. Ah, okay. Well, I couldn't figure out why that was different than the one.
That's nothing to do with this high school league.
I saw that the other day.
Had like, what, 3 local kids in the high school? What do you do?
Well, I don't, I honestly don't know. I
Well,
know
like
Braden
Brady Coombs.
and Carter, but I don't remember who was one.
I never did care. I Brady,
I didn't know you did. I didn't see it.
Okay, so Chris has a $400 cost of increase on her supplies, her office supplies. Wonder if that goes back to,
I think we need to tie it all together.
if we could buy a huge bulk and bring the price down.
Put a shelf in there somewhere and because we'll just, like the paper, I don't know about paper, but like the paper clip thing, I mean, she said she had enough paper clips for everybody. Well, how would you know that?
I don't know.
So how, you got paper down here that's stacks of paper, but everybody still go my paper.
The only thing is it's not as convenient for her to come across here, like, let's say it's pouring down rain. It's not real handy for him to, not that it
But I'm not
rains.
saying, but, okay, we get it bulk here, well, they just take so much of their extra bulk and put it in their own spot.
Well, yeah,
So they come back over.
And that's what I wonder if we can, how much cheaper we can get stuff to work that way.
I just think you gotta be all tied together.
I agree. I think that's probably.
When you, let's say she has what we heard was that taking one little box of paper, take 2 or 3. You get down to 1, come back over and get 2 or 3.
I agree. So do you think we can,
Well, I think that's something we need to address for everybody's budget. I mean, instead of buying our own, if that's the budget they have, then we need to figure out who it needs to go to take care of supplying the.
but by doing that, can we realize a $400 difference in her budget?
I mean, I don't know how much you'd save or.
Okay.
But you'd have to, okay, the next question is who's gonna be in charge of making sure the supplies are in there, whose budget it going to go to?
And then each one has to kick in their own.
Well, I mean, no, eventually this will have a budget. Eventually you're gonna take everybody's
Oh, it'll be
budget.
under one department.
One department budget.
Budgets for the
you
whole
take care
county.
of
Just to mark down how much they take.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't make much difference, because you just take the 400 out of this one, and the 400 out of this one, 400 out of this one, and put it in, let's say we're just gonna put it in Shawna's. So she is in charge of all supplies, and everybody else just use it. I mean, because they're actually putting money into it, but it's not gonna be in their budget.
So we'll put Shauna a little half door up here,
Yeah, okay,
and
yeah.
she's in charge of a little clipboard.
I had that before.
She's gonna be the supply place.
Well, does that make sense?
Yes.
I mean, I think everybody ordering their own is,
I agree.
what, I mean,
Yeah.
you work in here, I'm just asking, I mean, it seemed to be more feasible, just walk downstairs and get you some paper or paper clips or even
I
both.
thought that's the way it already was.
They all have, Galaxy comes by and they get what
They
they order.
ordered 2 pallets of paper last year.
Right, the Galaxy comes by and each office orders whatever supplies they need for that next week or month or however often they come by. So she added $100 for computers and supplies. We put all that stuff back into IT several years ago. Anything for computer type stuff, it goes back to IT.
Okay.
Can we take that out?
I suppose.
What's $100 gonna buy you? Either way. Jeff?
Nick,
Darren, I am putting a question mark to ask, to try to figure out if the $400 to $800 it will order in bulk, receive more of a discount on some of that stuff. I don't know if Hannah's ordered enough stuff, she can answer that. I don't know who would be.
I still think for all departments, personally,
Right.
let's say they have a good reason, you just take that 400 or, I mean, I don't really need to take the whole supply thing out of there. Office supplies, I wouldn't take them completely zero, but I would take, let's say the 600 would go into the
Big kitty in there.
whoever it is, and then you just kind of get what you want. I mean, there's probably gonna be some office supplies that just we're not gonna have in there that they need for some.
Yeah, sure.
Individual needs and stuff like that. So if a department needs something different than isn't that bulk deal,
You're hearing.
but where they won't have a line item in the budget for that.
Yeah, you leave, I'd say, I'd go ahead and leave 200 or 3, let's just say this for instance, she has 800, we'll take that back to 200, or 250.
The courthouse is gonna order a big pile of paper.
But we're gonna move that 650 to her account, or whoever you're sending her account, and everybody else will do the same thing. We're not gonna completely take your account out, but majority of stuff has to go through that office
This
downstairs.
paper ball comes.
So if you have some odd ball, what would that be? I mean, if you had her like stapled or everything.
I like my blue pens with the gel in them.
Yeah.
If you like that, then you got, there's $200.
Yeah.
I mean, there's gonna be some stuff that they wanna get on their own.
Right.
Oh, yes, for sure.
But paper clips, staples, yada, yada, yada. end loads.
Her next one is, she's raised dues and registration and training from 200 to 400 because training expenses were short in 2022. Only had $4 left by June.
I'm assuming she has a lot of training. I can't deny her that.
Kinda gotta keep that where it's at, I feel like too.
I would say probably not.
Travel, nothing. Okay, so, oh, that's dispatch, okay, never mind, she pays for that pickup value.
So really, she's only got about 200. It was probably because of that.
No.
He did the operation on the office supplies.
I did that.
And I don't know that, it may be something you need to visit with people in the courthouse to see if that was something.
Maybe they won't like doing it that way.
I would think, I mean, but for money, I mean, I guess we can't, for the clerks in their offices, we probably can't, I mean, that's up to, because that's their own office. But I would think they'd be interested in doing something like that.
Okay. Jeff, anything on dispatch?
Moving on to the election, which is, might as well move on, it's the same.
Might as well, way to go, Jeff, you got that one taken care of.
Rolling.
So he's been doing that while we were talking about the other.
He's gonna do it to see.
Maybe that's what we ought to do, is each of us take a different line item or a different budget and.
Where's the other one that's easy?
Actually, the next one isn't too bad.
That's not bad either. It's emergency management. She's got an increase of,
There's the tires. See, there's the $500 for tires. So between her and Nolan, there's $1,000. So if they had one, they'd have tired just about all of them.
question mark that one then, right?
I think it's something we need to talk to her about. And Nolan.
Share the deal. Because I wonder if those tires will sit there and get cracks more than they'll get worn out. I don't even know how many miles they put on that thing.
The $500 ain't gonna buy her new tires, I can tell you that.
No, what are they, 200 apiece now?
But if you had one vehicle, $1,000 might put 4 of them or get close.
Todd would give it to you.
Can you?
No.
Oh. Jeff,
You don't want our
No.
people running on the tires you get.
There's another one, repair and maintenance vehicle.
I'll have to hear more about that. What'd you say, Derek?
Repair and maintenance vehicles at 400 to 900.
That's the same type of question, right?
Which one there?
Repair and maintenance
Oh, there.
vehicle.
Same question as the tires, if we can split that up. Okay, that looks good, a couple of questions, right?
We might as well move on from employee benefits.
We've already talked about that.
Okay, EMS, right?
Man, look at him go. Look at he's fire lit now.
Yeah.
EMS 4 full-time. Was this, oh, that's what we was talking about the other day when we had people questioning about it.
Fuel prices, she's from $18,500 to $50,000. Gone up over 50%. Do you doubt that?
No.
No. The thing is if you were to sit down and write out all of your fuel increases, it might shock you.
I can already tell you. I've been in a co-op 5 days last week and every one of them was over $1,800. I bought a car.
But if you were to take a piece of paper and compare your last year to them, you don't even want to see it versus last year. So I know that that's probably pretty close. It looks horrible, but that's the way we get to road and bridge. She had 400 for additional truck tires. I don't know that that's enough.
The only thing is, the big red truck we bought shouldn't need tires on it.
Should be good. But she increased that line item, and it's probably gonna cost that on the other truck to replace the tires, so. I think you're gonna have to leave that fuel alone though, guys. I mean, I could see you tweaking it, maybe a $10,000 bill or something like that, but
I won't leave it like this for now.
I think we need to see what it looks like. when it comes
Did you get that percentage thing of where we was at, or? Cause it's starting to get scary. So there's another $80,000 difference. We'll leave it just like it is.
I don't, she didn't have really any other changes, gas prices and stuff.
Nothing big.
That's it, that's really it. Repairs and maintenance equipment, yeah, I have no doubt. No, hold on. So, communication, telephone, and internet. We did have 4,000, she's got 44,000 in there this time, I don't.
I think that's a misprint.
Yeah, because I asked her about it, no? Asked her.
So that takes a $40,000 bill out of it real quick.
She came back, she said she'd come back with it, 'cause I asked her in a meeting, I come $44,000, remember?
Yeah. So,
She was here.
Yeah.
but like Jeff said, surely there's an extra 4 typed in there.
Yeah, it is. Because out the side it says an additional 360 years, so it's a scratch of 4 off there.
She says in this print that she can find out, is what she.
So that's pretty easy. So that drops that one quite a little bit. Shonda, you know what I'm talking about though, that thing, it goes in the very
Yes.
front, and there's a tab for it.
Yeah, I.
The state budget form.
But
Right, that's, do you do that? Okay.
I don't see that number in box.
Why don't you not, Dave? I couldn't spread numbers like this. She's got in there possibly new walkies if we go 800. It's not gonna come out of her individual budget if we do that. Right? That's not what you're thinking, Darren?
Not her budget.
Uh,
It won't come out of her budget.
GIS, is that where you're at?
I'm getting there.
Oh my gosh, there's.
I'm on Barlow Farms.
How's that budget looking?
It's horrible.
No kidding.
GIS.
Anticipated increase for inflation. Well, at 5,000 for training, no one knows now.
Is this the Fraser, this is the computer's office, right? Travel and maintenance.
We're trying to really take.
Yes. What do you keep smiling about?
Pardon me?
Training's-
Because I don't know what I'm doing, so I have to keep going back and forth to ask Hannah.
So, well, the training's gonna be his cost, right? I'm sure that's what it is.
For GIS?
I want that Fraser and get part of it.
No, it's a whole different deal. That GIS is that, yeah, I can find it on this deal. Have you ever looked at that?
So he won't.
Yeah, I
So he
use it.
won't.
Shot it, yeah, but I mean, these other two guys, if they
I don't
don't,
have a little bit.
It has to have something to do with him.
that's not appraiser training.
Well, it says registration and training, right?
For GIS, this mapping service.
You know,
Is that not part of what he's doing? I mean, I don't know.
I think that's a different deal. This is what the county, what all these departments use to pull up. So your property's in here. If I search for Darren Struble, then any property that Darren Struble owns, it's right there. I can tell you what his taxes are, what his addresses are, legal of all those. That's, well, they use that up there, but I don't know how that. Maybe they're sending the new clerical staff to go learn how to operate that better.
Good question, Harper.
5,000 is a lot of money to spend for training.
How much? Oh, 1,500.
It says 5,000 bucks.
$5,000.
No.
Yeah, 1,500, I understand that, Darren, but 5,000 bucks is a lot of money.
Question on both of them.
What other did you put a question on?
Fuel for training,
Oh,
travel.
oh, yeah. It had 0, now all of a sudden we're up to 1,500.
No, dues of training, for training, no one knows mapping. That's why. So they sent somebody off to go out and put it in there, so.
That costs 5,000 bucks. That's not money.
Be surprised if someone get very far around.
That's what I'm saying. It has to be him. It wouldn't be anybody else. would it?
Well, no, it could be the clerk staff.
Health department?
To learn how to run that deal. So we're not okay on that, but.
No. All right, I say this is it for today. If that's okay.
Yeah, no, I got to do
I'm fine.
George's stuff.
You're making the call, Captain.
I'm just gonna let them know.
No, I'm just saying.
They're gonna say, why don't you have your budget to us on time? Well, Jeff had it.
No, I'm just throwing it out there. We'll stay.
I'm with, no, I'm with you,
Let's
Jeff.
stay late.
I gotta swap some batteries on some
We'll
things.
blame her anyway.
Go ahead.
Like, no, Sean. We'll find somebody.
Yeah. No worries. I don't know.
It's just like our Sean.
Yeah, it is.
All the kids are always blaming.
Yeah.
This is a big black one. Here we go. I just need to see the end. Oh, yeah.
That's several pages long.
Right. So expense, revenue.
2,000, some of this
Oh, yeah, if I remember right, she didn't raise it at all, did she?
1,000. About 1,000.
Mine doesn't say
40, I got 140.
I see 559,495 for 2023. Yep, and 2022. What are you looking at?
I ain't to the bottom yet.
Are you looking at revenue?
No, I'm getting up to the bottom page yet. I'm good with it.
Yeah, that's okay. That's an easy one, isn't it?
Sure you don't want another one in there? That was too
Yeah,
easy.
yeah, we got it.
Yeah, yeah.
Just really pick that one, Jeff.
The revenue is the same. Just probably better double check on the revenue to see where it's at right now. Do you think? Or
Seemed like it was a little short.
if we're, yeah, well, that's what, do you remember that from somewhere? I kind of thought that too.
Yeah, she was gonna make revenue rate, what you told us in that last paper you gave us.
We don't have that copy in there
Oh, I got it.
somewhere. This is here. Just want to make sure that that's,
I'm gonna go ahead and do HR real quick.
okay, hand us.
Maybe feel bad because they want to leave.
I think that's a big fat okay there too, Jeff, good job.
So that paper was, you sent it to us on the computer, I could find it. It seemed like we were one of them, somebody was a little short. In the last meeting.
I felt like that too, and I thought it was short somewhere.
Did you see it?
No? No.
How can that be?
Monthly report, fuel, cash fund balance summary.
Oh, I know mine. Difference in salary. If we knew that Bob was retiring, we were gonna have to have some money that
Cash carry.
actually to cover two people's money.
No, this is monthly budget.
I'm just curious on revenue coming in.
Revenue for the,
Is it 50%?
I'm looking for, who am I looking for, health department?
Yep.
Health department right now, revenue is 63%.
We're supposed to be at 50, right? So she's a little over.
She's doing good.
All right, not a problem. Then maybe it was EMS. I can't remember one of
Well, I'd
those.
say commissioner's clerk, courthouse, jail,
How's our revenue?
special bridge,
Jeff,
Get it in.
I'm bringing it in. You need to go bang on some doors.
general fund revenue. How come it seemed like that they were not gonna make it though? for
I
some-
think it was the previous month that they.
They must have caught back up then.
I would say, let's go ahead and get through HR and IT real quick, and then we'll be done.
I like your thing, Jeff. HR is a big fat okay. Well, health department's okay, both of them, right? We're all right there. HR is an okay. It's level. IT, he's actually $10,000 less, so I'm telling Jeff it's because we budgeted more because we knew we were gonna have two people on salary for a while.
Next time, we're ready for jail. Unless you guys wanna keep going.
So where we at on
It's not fun, is it?
I said okay.
IT? You said you're all right with IT?
So it went down.
He's better than all right.
Yeah.
So that'll make up a little difference for another budget, that's $10,000 somewhere else that will, right? That'll help.
Like the next one.
Oh, the jail.
Is that the one you stopped on?
No, I mean, we could go through jail, I guess, if you want, so.
Have you looked, Shonda, have you preliminarily seen that state budget form? What it looks like?
Yep,
So what,
most of it's filled out, I don't know why part of it, the number didn't, the
Oh.
levy number didn't come across,
it's not complete yet.
so, yeah, most of it is filled out, but,
So you can't give us a good idea of what
Yeah.
the current meals would be. Of course, we've made some changes since then.
yeah, and, yeah, I'm gonna go be here Wednesday, and I'll have her go through it, and I can email you, I can tell you. Where we are.
Okay.
I'm not sure, 'cause like I said, I'm not familiar at all with this, and so I have to have lots of help.
That's totally understandable. There's a lot to that deal.
Yeah, there's so many tabs.
Yeah. It's pretty confusing. I remember that, Mike was talking about that year where we had to cut $1 million out.
Yeah.
We would sit here, I remember leaving here after employees were already gone. So there was nobody in the building. It was just the three of us and leaving here after 5 o'clock. This is not gonna be, I don't think this is gonna be as tough as that.
Yeah. But it was gonna be challenging.
Well, the jail was gonna be hard to trim that off, as you know,
Or we're taking the 10,000 from IT and putting it in jail.
It'll be clean smart.
because you got food shortages.
Or the judicial court,
This would be a clean smart.
which is 10,000.
Or the chunk of the.
We're gonna flip a coin, Rachel, and,
So, how you gonna cut that big? It's just got,
Oh.
like, number of inmates, leave metal, and
I don't know how you're gonna do that. But Jeff, just for fun, and I know you've seen it already, if you look at that road and bridge, and as your project for the next week is to figure out how you're gonna go from 540,000 down to 352,000.
on where?
Road and bridge.
I'm gonna say you go to jail like it is. Cause he's got food costs.
Yeah, you can't do much about that. No, I totally get it. I'm feeding poor kids, I totally get it.
That's my opinion. I don't know how you're gonna, I mean, what he has is nothing that's over.
Nope.
Well, we need to flip flop that.
What's that?
This.
Oh, yeah. No.
Wow. That's gonna be the stinker, isn't it?
What's the underground storage for the district court?
They have to take their files and stuff up there to Hutch to put them in the salt mines. Does it last forever up there in the salt mines?
Costs us $1,300.
I don't doubt it.
It wasn't paid every other year or every four, because it wasn't the budget for it in 22.
Maybe they're having to start taking stuff up there. I know the clerk or the treasurer, one of them, there's other departments that have to take stuff up there.
Well, I mean, it wasn't the budget for it for 22, so it must not come every year then.
Well, I don't know, maybe they've all of a sudden got to start keeping some stuff up there. You know, have you guys ever been up in the attic to look around? Okay,
I've been up there one time.
but not as a commissioner or as?
No, not as a commissioner.
That's something we probably ought to do one of these days, is you guys go up there and look around. There's stuff up there, like files and stuff.
I was up there as a husband of a.
I was with you that day, remember?
Yeah.
Didn't we all three go up there together
I
or
think
something?
so, yeah.
Did you put your hand on the clock that day?
What's the?
I don't remember that.
I remember doing
There's
that.
a zero though.
It's kind of sketchy up there.
Climbing up to the bells. Dang, we used to take kids up there all the time.
Yeah.
What are you looking at, Darren? Jeff and I are kind of losing our attention. Chasing rabbits. But
Well, they had contractual services of 5,500, not one any next week
which department?
in the district court.
What'd you say, Joe? You said that.
This is my last one.
Here's the court.
That's gonna put it off for a couple of weeks.
They've got the computer software is 11,500. Is that something? Okay, so they have that zeroed out, and that's another one of them that I think we started talking about. All of that running through IT.
I think there was some issues.
There was.
Jeff knows.
No, I mean, no, not because of that. But
Totally.
I wonder what that is. What's the software going to be? That's $11,500. Are you still on district court? Is that the big change you see, or you see something else?
No, it's, well, that contract service went from 5,500 to zero, but the other one went the other way, underground storage went from 0 to 1,500. And then you got microfilming and bonding was 15, and that's zero. I mean, it must be a yearly.
what's a juvenile get?
I don't know, expensive.
Yeah, I've got that computer software too. Question
You're not gonna get to question a whole lot of that stuff, Darren.
that. I don't know.
My son's from that department, and they say what they want. It's pretty good idea.
Well, I mean, it's- Yeah, they drive more. Yep.
Look at that road and bridge right there.
I don't want to go there.
I'm leaving on a good note, I'm not gonna put that again.
So we're gonna start off on noxious weed. Next time?
Yeah. District Court, did you think that's probably gonna be, you still have questions for
I
them?
got a few questions, but man, I get in, like the computer software.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know who you ask.
Rachel come down.
Well, something I think we would ask, right?
Yeah. I like how whoever did the road and bridge highlighted all of their increases in bright yellow.
Yeah, it makes it easy.
Or changes anyway, because
Is it
they've
gonna
got,
change, 6,000, 6,000?
is it highlighted? Why is it highlighted?
Move to road and bridge.
I think I see this, except for there's a.
Listen, noxious weed. It says move to road and bridge.
This is the first time I've ever heard this.
Oh, their plans are pretty interesting too.
Bring your phone, bring it. That was stupid commissioner.
Okay, so no budget stuff next week since you're gonna be gone.
Unless you're not a meeting on Wednesday, and I don't know if I'll be back on Wednesday. I don't know what time we get, depends on if she shoots good or not. If she gets cold, if she wins something, we'll have to be there until they get completely done, so they can get awards.
You just plan on staying there.
Nope, we don't have a house on Tuesday, is the last day we're there. So we'll be staying somewhere Wednesday.
Probably not next week, Sean, then.
Okay, very good.
Oh, my Ben's right going back. What was I gonna ask him again?
The pickups.
No.
A mower.
No, pickup.
Oh, we needed to give him an answer on the mower, and we decided that was gonna hold off, but that's not what.
But there was something else I was gonna ask him.
Four-door Ford pickup.
Oh, no, about that. Not all.
Sean, are you finished with us?
I am.
Darren, are you finished today?
I suppose.
Jeffrey? The
Oh,
facts
no,
that
I'm gonna
Huh?
finish it, but no.
You good? Fine. You adjourn this sucker? Meeting adjourned.
Bye-bye.
What does that say?